might need your support in some way. And that over the next 12 months, I feel like this man could have more hospital, surgery, health, or procedure. You're helping people recover, helping with recovery, helping people doing some sort of recovery as well, which I feel like is going to be a bit of a theme. But in a way, I feel like if I think about finances, I feel like finances they come beneficial in the terms of some sort of financial benefit or payout. I know people have work and their job money, but I don't know that I'm talking about that for you. I feel like there's something about your money that could come through an insurance payout. It could come through some sort of financial payout to you that you're very pleased about, or you're very happy that you have some money in your hands, and that it could be a long time coming, or it could just be that you are.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Mystic Bee Spiritual Insights. Thanks for joining. I am Anna Marie. I am a clairvoyant, a psychic medium, and actually the founder of Mystic Bee. I'm also your host, and my intention here is to use my intuitive gifts to help you find clarity, healing, and connection. And if you noticed, I just lost one of my lights, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as I share a personal story during our show. But I first want to just thank you for your patience and kindness as I stepped away for a short time to tend to some family matters. And I just want to express my gratitude to those of you that have been patient, but most importantly, for the team at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I couldn't do all of this or navigate these personal matters without you. So thank you very much. So my mother passed away last week, and this journey has been both sacred and overwhelming. It's had grief, reflection, and even a bit of awe. So the day before she passed, we'd had kind of a recurring but powerful conversation about sending signs from the other side. And it's something that we've discussed over the years, but this time it was with, I would say, a greater intensity and really me kind of pleading with her to take it seriously. I asked her if she would send me a sign after she crossed over, and we talked a little bit about some of the easy ways to connect. And we talked about electricity being one of the easiest ways to come through. So I'm laughing because, of course, now I start this show, I finish my prayer and meditation before the show starts, and of course, I lose my light. But there's more to this story. So as I have this conversation with my mom, basically I asked her to promise that she would try to communicate as soon as she arrived or transitioned, and believe it or not, she did. So my hope in sharing a little bit more of this personal story with you, it will help us all be reminded about these moments. There are these messages, signs, and just synchronicities in life that they tell us our loved ones are still here. They don't really leave us. Their energy just transforms, but we're all still connected. So I'll share a little bit more of the message. So before she passed, as I mentioned, we were having this conversation, but she had passed, so I had to resume packing and cleaning in her apartment. I was working in her music room, which is a space that she loves. It has all of her musical instruments, a lot of creativity, and certainly a lot of energy. And as I was working, I heard this strange noise in her apartment, and I thought I had tripped an alarm. I didn't know if it was a carbon monoxide detector or something from the water heater. So I'm trying to navigate through the apartment and track it down. I end up in the bathroom, and strangely, her electric toothbrush had been sitting on the counter and just started buzzing. So that was the noise. So I'm looking at this toothbrush. I, of course, took a deep breath, but I knew immediately it was my mom. And I won't share the details, but we had other conversations about her accidentally thinking she used my toothbrush and all of that, but I knew immediately it was her. So I took the toothbrush, I put it in a plastic bag, so I knew it had a special message. I set it aside and I continued with my work. Later that afternoon, I hear a noise again, and lo and behold, inside this plastic bag, inside the plastic tote, this toothbrush is buzzing again, but now it's lights. I'm turning it off. It's going back on. So really just encouraging for me, and it became pretty comical. So I just want you to know that whether it's a flickering light or a repeating song or some sort of vibrating toothbrush, just know the energy that matches you, your intuition, you'll know what the sign is, you'll know who it's from, and just embrace it and know that our loved ones are always still with us. So I was able to record some of this on my phone, so I'll be sharing that video on my Mystic Bee Facebook page tomorrow. So now let's redirect some of our energy and connect with Kiki in Boone, North Carolina. So Kiki, do I have you on the line?
Yes, you do.
How are you?
I'm just super. Thanks, Anna Maria.
Oh, great. It's nice to have you. We appreciate you tuning in. I want this time to be meaningful for you. So generally, I like to ask Kiki if you have a specific topic that you wanted to drill in on, or if you'd like a general reading.
I think a general reading. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see what kind of energy I can get. Sometimes I'm just tuning in, getting your vibe. I don't know why I'm picking up on mom energy around you also, Kiki. I don't know if you're close with your mom or if you've had your own encounters with your mom, but I'm getting some maternal energy. I'm also getting...
About 14
I'm sorry,
years,
go ahead.
Probably. My mom's been gone about 14 years.
Okay. So I'm getting... I'll say this. One, I'm getting the maternal energy, and it may be also because I was just speaking about my mom. But I also have this, I'm going to say, temperamental personality, and it feels then masculine. So I have first the mother energy, then I get the masculine energy. So is your father passed also?
Yes, he has, but that describes him perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, it just feels like, he was like the epitome of the grumpy old man, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does.
Okay. But I will say in his own way, really devoted to family, just at his core, the hard work and the contributions that he tried to make for, I will say, the family's reputation. And I'm not sure what that really means, but I feel like you understand what it means, that there were things that he did that was really important, that the family have like a certain brand or a certain reputation within the community. But, he may have been fickle. I also don't know if he was in the military, but I get militant, meaning like he's extra controlling, really everything has its place. I don't want to say too dominant, but definitely military sort of energy. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, you've got him spot on.
Okay. And what's interesting is I'm trying to figure out why they're coming up, and I don't know if they were still married or who passed first, but I feel like they're still really connected on the other side, and it may just be entirely in support of you. But I feel like there's something, and it feels more specifically with your father. I feel like there's some things you still need to release to kind of move on with just some other healing in your life. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I just feel like, I don't know what the betrayal was, but it feels like there was something that he did that really hurt you, and it felt like a loyalty betrayal or something that he said or did that just really, really hurt you. And I feel like it's so interesting that we're having this conversation, because I almost feel like I'm talking to myself. I want to say, Kiki, I feel like you're supposed to remove the label for your father, like remove his designation as a parent. And I want you to look at him as a man that lived this hardworking, ethical, committed, deliberate, and I'm going to say also very challenging life. And I want you to just work with that identity and find the respect and admiration that you would have for him, a human being that navigated all of these challenges and didn't give up. Does this make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So I feel like that first and foremost, I need to put that out there. I feel like just letting go of that, it feels like it opens other doorways for you. So I'm not sure. And I feel like you have a partner. It feels like you're married or have a partner. Is that correct?
Actually, it isn't.
Okay. So then the energy that I'm getting is that there is a deep connection. I've been, whomever is going to fit, I would say, a companion profile. Okay. I feel like there is some sort of male counterpart, but it feels like it really ties to business. So I don't know if you have a business and it's a business partner that I'm picking up on, or it's a male companion that you once had a relationship with that you're still connected to. But I feel like another current male energy that feels like a companion in some way that crosses over in business.
I do have a spiritual teacher that's a male.
Okay. And do you talk about business and professional pursuits?
No, but I am living in a retreat center that is under his umbrella.
Okay. So then if he's sort of your coach, we'll say, right? If he's your coach, your advisor, and you are kind of housed in his vicinity, there's probably some crossover of personal, professional. But whatever the case may be, I feel like you have some abundance coming your way. I feel like you are able to sort of relax, retreat. I feel like you're not having to work as hard as you once did, but you have an influx of more success and abundance coming towards you. So I don't know if you've been working on manifesting new things, but I do feel professionally or from a business perspective that there's something more lucrative coming in your future.
Great.
I also don't know if someone's proposed another opportunity to you, but I feel like there's also another business prospect that may be presented to you, and you may consider doing that or exploring it a little bit further as well. Does any of this help you?
Yes, it does very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And then I think just finally, I would say I do see a union for you. It feels romantic in nature. So whether this person is in your immediate circle or not, I do feel a union that is in front of you. Time-wise, I feel like if you're not in a relationship now, I feel like it's something that develops greater intensity in the next 4 to 6 months. But don't be surprised if this is also someone from your past, because I feel this masculine energy that I feel like it's a relationship that you've had or someone that you know. Does this help at all?
Yes, it does, Anna Maria. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Kiki. Thanks for calling in. We hope you join again next week.
Oh, thank you for your time. It was perfect.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
So I think we're going to connect now with Stacy in San Bernardino.
Yes.
Hi, Stacy. How are you?
Hi. I'm okay.
You're okay? Well, let's see if we can find some other clarity or information that makes you better than okay. How does that sound?
Perfect. I love that.
Great. So aside from you saying, okay, I mean, I can, we can interpret things by tone of voice and all of that. So clearly I'm going to say just on our greeting, it feels like you, I would say that you're feeling defeated. There's something that you've wanted that didn't come to pass, but also that you've just had a difficult shake recently.
Yes. Yes.
But
yes,
you know what, Stacy? And please don't take this as any sense of disrespect or judgment, but I feel like you've had a hard time for a long time.
Yes, absolutely.
I just feel like this has been going on for years with you, that you've just been rolling up your sleeve, trying to figure it out, being resourceful, trying to find another path, trusting the wrong people. I feel like you've just really been let down a lot. And some of it, and I think you can own that some of this is just being accountable for your own choices. But I really do feel like it's just kind of the company that you have been keeping over the years. They kind of suck.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. So let's get some. Okay. So let's get some better vibes going here.
Yes.
So first, I would say, I feel like you are at the threshold of a new beginning. So whatever this derailment or this big disappointment that you've just gone through, I feel like it's a reset button for you. I feel like there was sort of a wake up call. Did you just let go of someone in your immediate circle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you needed to do that. It was long overdue. And here's the challenge. You've got to just cut the ties. You can't do this I feel like you've done this wishy-washy thing with this person before. It's sort of that, it's that recycle, repeat relationship. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So
You're
this
right.
time,
Exactly.
you gotta cut the cord. Okay. Just whatever you need to do to just give yourself at least 6 weeks. If you can, no texts, no calls, no emails, just give yourself some room to really reflect and prioritize yourself. Because I feel like you need to center and refocus on yourself to really take advantage of this energy that's trying to give you a reset and a new beginning. Okay. And when you're of more clear mind, are you a Libra?
No.
Are you a Libra? Okay. I wonder if there's something in your chart, though, because I'm feeling like relationships have been your downfall. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Totally.
All right.
Totally.
Okay. So do you think you have it in you to find sort of 6 weeks of breathing room to sort of disconnect here? Okay. You have a good support system that can tell you all the reasons why not to pick up the phone or to answer the call?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel it's overwhelming. It's like an overwhelming feeling that not to already. I already feel it in my soul to cut the cord.
Yeah.
Cut it. Like just, it's been.
So here's the reason.
You have to do this.
Yeah. So here's the reason, Stacy, why I'm emphasizing this so much. I feel like if you go back on this merry-go-round, it's going to be 10 times worse than it has been. Okay. Because I feel like this person, and they have their own challenges. They're worthy of love and grace and all of that, but you guys aren't good together. Okay.
No.
I feel like there's addiction issues here. I feel like there's some legal issues here. I feel like they also need to hit their own rock bottom to save themselves. Okay. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, totally.
Okay. So you guys need to just stay away from each other. Okay. And focus on yourselves. But I really believe that you have a new beginning that is starting now. So I applaud you for your courage in letting go of someone that you love. I know it's difficult, but I believe that you can do this. Okay. I do feel there's a potential move for you. Have you already thought about moving?
No.
Okay. So I feel change around residence. Okay. So it doesn't mean you're going out of state or anything like that, but I do feel like something in your home. I feel like you may leave where you're currently living as part of this fresh start. Okay. I also feel like with that, I feel like with the move, it may be tied to a job. So I don't know if you're looking at other employment prospects or if you've been trying to find some new employment, but I feel like they go hand in hand. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am trying to find employment. Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like the job that you find it's like either the commute is not good, and so you move closer to the job, or there's some sort of connection there, but I feel like the move and the job come together. Did you interview for something recently?
Yes, I
Like
did.
in the last 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Because I feel like what you interviewed for is you're going in the right direction. Okay. So I don't know if you've heard from them or if you are comfortable. I would recommend just following up with them. Don't just let it die. Follow up with them. And even if that position wasn't meant for you, I feel like there's another opportunity they may share with you. Okay.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Yes. As I really, really wanted that job too. I really like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I want to just make sure that you follow up with them and, and just stay optimistic. And, I try not to put people on blast because this is sort of public stuff, but I'm going to say one more thing about that job. I feel like there may have been something part of that, either the background application or interview process that you weren't totally transparent about. Okay. So if there was, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes, I do. Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing.
That before that. But,
yeah.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to say, Stacy. When you follow up with them, I want you to sort of feel the water. Just, is everything okay? Are there any open questions? And if you have an opportunity to answer a question differently than you did the first time, I'm going to say, I want you to be honest and transparent. Okay. Because I feel like that, because I feel like you not being honest or transparent about certain things is what will prevent you from getting that job.
So that's so crazy. Yeah. Yes, because I did answer the question wrong when she asked. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to, but I did because I felt like, maybe.
Well, you're right. No, you were afraid. Yeah. No, you were just afraid. You're just afraid you were going to mess it up. So dishonesty will mess it up. Being honest isn't going to mess it up. And you know what? If you don't get the job because you're being honest, the job wasn't meant for you. So I'm just going to encourage you. I want you to follow up with them. You're in the right arena. That may not be that job, but I think that there's some other opportunities that they have that would work for you. Just know that you prioritizing yourself, setting out for your new beginning is really critical, that you just not mess around with the dysfunctional relationship. Okay.
Right. Yes.
And I feel like this is, and I'm just going to say, I don't know if this is part of your sobriety, but I feel like you are also, I feel like your sobriety also depends on not being involved with that person. Does this make sense for you?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Totally.
Okay. So focus on yourself, keep yourself number one. Create that 6 weeks of just disconnect so you can really prioritize and get that fresh start that you're looking for. I see employment ahead. I feel like there's a job and a move that are tied together, but I want you to stay honest, keep your integrity, do the right thing, and it is all going to work out. Okay?
Great. Okay.
Are there any other? Yeah. And I just want to, are there any other questions that you have that maybe on something we've touched on that I can help answer?
Maybe is there somebody else in the future, a better person?
So remember when I said, are you a Libra? Right. Libras love.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. You have a lot on your plate, but I will say this, you will attract, you will attract love again, but I think you want to be a better version of yourself when you get into your relationship, okay? And
you're absolutely right, yes.
Okay, so you are absolutely lovable, but you are a better version today than you were yesterday, and you are going to be amazing, right? When you really prioritize yourself and put your best foot forward. Because I feel like you've just been in the shadow of other people for too long and not the right people, Right.
Yes, exactly.
So,
totally. Exactly.
Okay. So stay encouraged on that front, but just focus on some of these things because, again, I really think your future depends on this. But you've got a lot going on. I commend you for all of your strength and waking up every day despite the circumstances. And I wish you the absolute best.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And you nailed it. You nailed it on the dot. Yeah, all right.
You take care, Stacy. All right. Check in with us and let us know how you're doing. Okay. Bye-bye.
I know I feel better after this call, though.
Oh, good. See, that's what we wanted. We want you to feel some optimism about tomorrow. You just keep us posted and let us know how you're doing, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye. How about that? Isn't it interesting how life just unfolds in these just dynamic ways? I just hope you know that no matter what you're going through, right? You may have a new job, a new relationship. You may have lost a loved one, maybe a pet. Maybe there's just something going on in your life that you're trying to sort out. I just want to encourage you not just to reach out to great people in this network that can help find some clarity or give you some encouragement, but think about your intuition. Think about that God-given gift that you have inside of you that tells you when something is working for you, something's not working for you, someone is meant for you, someone is not meant for you. Just continue to lean on your intuition. Surround yourself with positive people, thoughts, things, and no matter how much we might screw up today, we always have an opportunity to do better things tomorrow. So if you didn't receive a reading today, just feel free to come back next week. You can also connect with one of the other psychics in the network, or you can also book a private session through my Facebook page or going to my website, mystic-b.com. I would also like to say I want to dedicate this episode to my mom. She loved bluegrass music. She played all sorts of instruments, loved music, the arts, but bluegrass had a special place for her. And if you feel inspired, I want you to listen to one of the songs that I've been listening to that reminds me of her. It's called When You Come Back Down by Nickel Creek. And don't forget to check out the video on my Facebook page tomorrow. I'm going to put the recording of my mom's message to me out there. But hopefully somewhere in this episode, in the video, with the song, just stay open to all of the signs. Stay open to receiving songs, electricity, lights going on or off. But just those things that are meant for you, you know that they are yours. You know that they're your loved ones. They have not left you. They are still with you. And we thank you so much for being here again this week. Hope to see you next week. And I'm sending you lots of love and lots of light. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everyone, and it's Eleanor Grace. You're with me here, and we're starting our show here with some stormy weather. You can see in the background. I think we've got stormy weather throughout the world. So I'm coming to you live here from London in the United Kingdom. And to start off with today, I know we've got some callers coming in very soon, but to start off with, I want to give you this card here. This one is one of my teaching cards. It's the Magician. I hope you can see that there. It's probably a bit large. We're going large here. The Magician is our card really of the week this week, because we've all got to draw into some inner strength, haven't we, as we set our intentions this January for 2023, and also as we just make some progress, even if it's baby steps. You know, we've got to reach out, try and help ourselves, reach out, try and help each other, really. And that way, I think, you know, you've got the formula for how you're going to bounce forward. Now, the Magician, this magical energy that's here, the Magician really does bring in opportunities that are unexpected. So I think that this week we can all reach out and dig a bit deeper and think, okay, where's my opportunities? You know, what am I going to have to deal with over the next few days? And let's hope that it's good news and good opportunities that are coming your way. And remember, we've got the phoenix out the ashes. You know, whatever is negative, whatever has gone wrong in your life, and let's, you know, look at last year and think, okay, that's a closed book now. Let's try and move forward with some of those energies that we're bringing into the show here. So the Magician being that sort of very productive energy card, that sets us going, that starts us off, that starts us with, you know, a really sort of pristine moment where everything can be, you know, really progressive. Now we've got Margaret here in Glasgow. Hello there to you, Margaret. You're through to Eleanor Grace. How are you here today?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Yes, good. I hope the weather is treating you a bit kinder up there in Scotland than it is in the USA at the moment. So we've got this theme of stormy weather, and I think that the people who I'm reaching out to today have also got stormy weather in their lives too. So I hope that we can resolve some things for you. Now, I want to give you this card here. This is all about, you know, hot air, bit of bad news, some difficulties that you've perhaps experienced. And this is all verbal. It's all, no, let's have a chat. Let's see what's happening, see what's going on. So I feel as though crosswords is around you at the moment. And, you know, these are perhaps lingering as well. They're coming through from an historic place, and maybe this is a time to revisit some of those issues with family members or even with work colleagues. Now, work colleagues do tend to be coming up here. Was that your dog? Oh, how lovely. Work colleagues here. Are you in a sort of tense situation, let's put it like that, with either work colleagues or close neighbours? That's where I feel you've got this tension. It's around you, but not family, not, you know, personal stress. Would you agree with that?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
they're not anything also to do with work, but they are. There is some problems.
Is this around your neighbourhood as well? It seems to be close by to you, and it's always a worry because it just means that you're not feeling as confident either in yourself and in what you want to do. Well, we're going to change that. We're going to throw that away. Remember the magician that I've given to you. Remember how magical that position is, because with the magician, you can just change anything, really. So unexpected opportunities are knocking at your door. And here, you have got such a lovely card. This one is all about you taking hold of your own power and you taking hold of your situation and making it, doubly better than it is at the moment. So there's an offer coming to you. I don't think it's one that you're expecting, but I think it's news, gossip, verbal instructions on the wind, a favour that people are doing to you as well, that are going to make you feel so very much better. And I think that's helping lift some of those oppressive feelings that I've got, some of that stormy weather that we can see in the background here, which is my tone. You've got also new plans. Now, these are going to come in between now and April. So now in April is quite a time of movement. You've got a force of nature that's going on with you. You're going to get things done. And you'll do that by making sure right now that this January you decide exactly what it is that you want from this year, what you want from yourself. I see you closing doors behind you, opening new ones. It's symbolic. It's this seesaw. You've been weighing things up. You're on a seesaw with nobody. There's nobody sitting opposite you. So you don't have to convince anybody. It's just yourself. Do you understand that? That you're having this internal dialogue with yourself. Do you recognise that situation? We all do it, I suppose, don't we? We all have this inner chat and think, what am I going to do next? What's coming in for me? I want this, that, and the other. Or I wish. Those are our favourite words, aren't they? I wish I had this or that. And then it can project onto somebody else's life as well. But we're talking about your life here. Do you have boys around you? Do you have sons here?
I have a grandson.
That's who it is then. I think you've got another one coming. Are you expecting any sort of news like that this coming year? Because I've got a baby boy, baby in arms here. This is coming through from spirit. So there is a child in spirit. Okay. So you may feel that you're celebrating another birth, but very often the other implication is that there's a soul in spirit, that maybe you lost a child or that you were connecting through to somebody else who's lost a child. But I'm going to give that to you. I don't feel that that's the outcome. I feel that you will be involved in somebody bringing this baby boy into the world. So watch out for that, because it's an important new life. It's an important new life. And again, close neighbours here. So some reconciliations are going to happen. Do you want to go into a business? Is this what you're struggling with? Would you prefer to work for yourself?
I was working and I'm not able to work anymore, but I've been doing creative stuff.
Right, so
and I'm hoping to eventually start up my own business.
That's what I felt, that it's creative energy that is around you, which is abundant, by the way. And it's those hobbies, it's those interests that you're thinking, well, okay, I can do that. I can adapt. I can, make sure that I've got other options. And, not everybody can work in the way that we used to. We have to adapt our lives. We're not as fit and young and healthy as we once were. And time is short for all of us, and it's nice that you can think now outside the box, I have to say, with your creative energies to try and bring something else in. Remember this a magician. The magician is working really well for you and bringing in a sort of sense of destiny. Perhaps this was something that you've always wanted to do, something that you wanted to do when you were so very much younger as well. Well, now's your chance, your opportunity. Between now and April, it seems to be a setting up time, you know, where you can really get to grips with what has to happen and maybe sort of decide on the creative path that you want to go down and open up avenues as to how you can produce your products or your services and present them to the world, because you've got the world out there now with the internet. It's not the local market anymore, is it?
Yeah.
So you've got a big expansion. Now let's see what this card brings you. Now there's somebody helping you. This will be somebody that you perhaps need a bit of information from, or some tuition even. It's a younger man, so perhaps somebody who's more involved with the digital age and is going to be able to make things happen for you. But it's advice and it's well-intentioned. I don't see money transactions, so I don't feel as though this is something that you're paying for. I feel that this is a person who wants to help you, wants to bring that through for you. Now, I have a man in spirit with you. He's walked into my room. He's a very personable character, a very good-looking person as well. He seems to be strong in his intention here to get a message to you. So I feel that he was a strong man. He's been in spirit a while, I feel, so he will be in your ancestry line. Now, when we talk about ancestors, it's not necessarily a relative. I've explained this many times. It can be somebody who's in your soul group, so your soul family, not necessarily your blood family. This is sort of guides that take you back. Now, is it your father that's in spirit? And there's also a man that was closer to you than him?
My stepfather is in spirit.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, my real father's in spirit.
Yeah. Okay, so that's why I'm getting the father and then somebody that was closer to you than him. So your stepfather was actually your father, I think, you know, raised you and gave you the confidence in yourself that you need to have. And this bigger personality, I think, seemed to be very distant. So I think you've got this combination of the two factors here, where you have, you know, something that is unusual, where you've got these two men, one who was close to you, one was a father, one was a father but not close to you, and that representation for you is that clairvoyant reach. You know, we're reaching over the veil, if you want to call it the veil, that veil that we reach through for information about those loved ones passed over, and also who it is that's standing there that means so much to you. And they're there, and they are really sort of sending big sort of pushes. It's like a push of energy. So this is a message for you. I feel that you need to just, you know, get going, start something. Doesn't matter how small it is, how little time you spend, but whatever it is that you're going to do, it's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Do you have problems with your legs? Is it your legs that are giving you some problems?
Yes, I do, because I have fibromyalgia.
So it's very painful. Is it painful for you?
Yes.
Your legs? I don't know whether you've done it yet, but this is like a complete change in your diet, that you're going to be eating lots of different things that are going to help this, going to make this go away, because it's so hard for you, so uncomfortable. But changes in your diet, look into that, because I've got lots of different things, like, you know, ginger and rhubarb, and I'm seeing all these different fresh vegetables. I don't know what you like, blueberries and porridge, lots of oats as well are there. But look for things that you like, but you will be recommended to go on something that's different, because I've got all this nutritious stuff coming in, and your legs actually healing, getting lighter, getting better. It's not ever going to go away. I know that, these things don't. When you get them, they're there, aren't they? So let's have a look into the crystal. Let's have a look into the crystal ball. Let's see what we can see. Now, you've got that aquamarine here, which is lovely. This is wonderful. This is an aquamarine light that is really bringing that healing into you. So anything that you can put around you that is turquoise, aquamarine, anything that you can really sort of say to yourself, all right, I'm going to surround myself with the light of that colour. Okay, Margaret, sorry. I think we lost you there. We've got all of this stormy weather, haven't we? That's what's happening. So I'm going to wish you well with your fibralgia, I think it's fibralgia. And remember the aquamarine, the healing, and everything that you're going through. Now, I think that we've got Tamara on the line, haven't we, from Ohio. Are you there, Tamara?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello. Hello. How are you? Tamara, okay, then let's get going with you. What I want to say to you, so I feel that as though there's quite a big event that's coming up, and that you'll be very, very pleased with the turnout, that people are wishing you well and hoping that you are successful. So you've got something to celebrate very, very much coming through. Now, I want to take you a card. So you've had a battle. Now, I'm going back round about to September last year. Do you recognise that? Do you recognise that you've been in this sort of battleground feeling, that everything has been a bit more difficult than normal since September last year? Is that true?
I don't remember, unless it was
okay.
My daughter got mad at me.
Is that what it was? Was that in September?
I think so.
Yeah.
It could have been. I don't remember September being a bad month.
No, it wouldn't have been a bad month. It was just a marker, because I'm going back 5 months. So end of August, September, something happened that was quite difficult for you. And that's what I'm seeing. But that from that event, from whatever happened then, and those conversations, you've got reconciliation. This is what is coming in. So you will reconcile your differences. You will make amends, and it's time to do that. And I think that the support of people. Yeah. Oh, fabulous. Oh, that's great. That's what I want to hear. And it makes so much lighter, isn't it? So this is your celebration. It's the very first thing that I wanted to go to, that other people around you are celebrating you. So maybe make an event of this. Just create one, have a gathering of people, maybe cook a dinner, or, do a sort of spread of food, or just have people with you, around you. Just so that people can talk and relax. And that's what you've got to do. Are you asking anybody at the moment for money, for, sort of things that are going to provide you with more financial benefit or assets? Because you've got money that's coming. Money is coming in. It's on the wing, as I see it.
I have written a book called A Chosen Journey, and I'm almost finished editing the second half. 2 books put into one for abuse and addiction. So I'm hoping that it sells well.
It will, because it's on the wing at the moment, so it's not real, it's not here, hasn't materialized yet. We haven't manifested that wish yet, but it's in the making, isn't it? It's in the making, and that's what you're doing right now. And
I'm almost finished.
Oh, wow. Will you be finished by the 1st of March?
I'm going to try my best.
That's a marker I've got for you. And here is a contract. here's a contract that you're being given, and this is a contract for the beginning of March. So try hard to meet that deadline, because this is coming through from Spirit. You have a sister who's passed over.
I do.
Yeah, she's with you. She's with you today. She's sending so many hugs. But there was an argument with her. I don't think it was resolved. Was that true? Was there something that just wasn't resolved between the two of you?
I don't know of a sister that I lost. I have a half sister that's older than me, but I haven't heard that she passed, and we've never argued. We just didn't know each other.
No, this would be somebody that you knew, I feel.
Oh.
Or somebody else that is here. I wonder whether that's what her problem is, your sister that's passed, that you didn't know very well, that she wanted to. Because the distance, you see, and that's what I'm connecting to, the distance. But anyway, she's with you here and wishing you so much success. And this is about difficult subjects, isn't it? I mean, this is abuse and difficulty and, really hard things to.
Yeah.
Margaret, I think we've got all this weather around us, stormy weather everywhere. And I just wanted to, you're still there. I wanted to go back to the book that you're writing and the difficult subject that you're writing about. And just to say to you that your sister is with you and giving you a lot of love and encouragement. Everything is coming down the line here for you. And what I want to say as well is that you must be writing the words here in a very delicate tone, that you have a way of communicating in the written word, which is quite maternal, wanting to mother people a bit and show people what they
given to me
need to
through
do.
Automatic writing.
Really?
I'm not writing it.
No, okay. Yeah. So is this 3 spirit guides, 3 different spirit ladies?
Okay.
I've got females here who are around you. They're sort of very angelic forces, very sensitive, and really wanting to help you to get the right information across, which I think is what you're doing, isn't it? This is how you're explaining your own experiences and how you're communicating those experiences as well through your book. It will be successful. This is the money that I've got coming along in the future. And that's what you are going to hold on to as well. And very important for you to see that, money is part of the process. We all need to have those resources in order to survive. So I'm just looking into the crystal ball now. I'm still bringing in the aquamarine, and this is for you, because I feel as though you've got lots of lovely healing energy, and that violet energy is very strong as well. In your crystal, Margaret, I do have connections that are north to you. So I'm seeing that you've got an arrow. I don't know whether you can see it or not, actually, on the show, but there's an arrow that I'm looking at right into the center of the crystal. And this is an arrow that is saying, look, you must look towards wherever is north to you. That's where your journey will go to. So it could be suppliers, or it could be people who are helpful, agents, or where you need to progress in order to expand your book publishing. And I think there's another book as well that comes into this. But
yes, I've written 3 books.
Yeah. That's why I've got the 3 guides then. So you have the three angel spirit guides who are going to be taking you through each one of those which one of those books. So it's a very, very difficult pathway for you, but you've managed it. I mean, you've done it. You've got to a point where you can almost sort of put your pen down and say, okay, from the beginning of March, that is my deadline. That's when I am going to be ready.
That is what I'm going to do. I will finish by March.
Yes, do that.
Does my son or my father come through?
I did have quite a lot of connection to spirit, but it was more your guides that were coming through who are helping you to write. Your father...
My son loved that book. He said, Mom, that's going to be a movie. And I was told that it's going to be on Netflix.
Ah, right. Well, this is where spirit guides coming in are going to uplift everything and really make this happen for you. But it's the sensitivity of your writing that I think has got the key to it. The males around you, I think, are very distant. So you need to perhaps be calling them to you. There's been quite a few interruptions. It is a stormy weather.
I have been.
You
I
have
lost
been.
my son 7 years ago, and I've been asking him to come to me.
Yeah. I think you watch out for your dreams tonight. It's a bit later on. The initial of D is with you. So is there somebody, David, that is around you?
The initial B?
No, D. D for David.
D. Yes,
D.
Daryl, my son. That's my son.
Is that your son? Your son's David?
Yes.
Ah,
no,
he's with you,
Daryl.
sweetheart. Daryl, that's what it is, Daryl. I couldn't hear you properly, but yes, he's with you. So it's sending you his name. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that lovely?
No,
Margaret,
he had kidney dialysis.
Ah, okay. We've got to go. I'm so sorry, but come through for a reading if you want to know more. And it's Eleanor Gray saying cheerio, and thank you to Spirit for coming through tonight. This stormy production show and stormy weather everywhere across the world. But I will see you same time here, same place next week. Bye, Margaret, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 203519.
Well, hello and happy New Year, everyone. I am Psychic Sarah Jane, host of Welcome Your Woo, where intuition, energy, and the mystical world come together to guide you through life's most profound experiences. Thank you for tuning in to receive intuitive insights, spiritual guidance, and conversations that will open your heart and mind. Happy New Year to everyone. I'm super excited to be here this evening with all of you. And tonight, as we open up, I thought it would just be the most perfect time, being January 1st today, to go ahead and do a collective reading. So in just a moment, I'm going to pull some cards and see what the message is for the collective energy, what's in store for what's in store for 2025. Now, I'm just going to put this out there. For me personally, and to each their own, I'll say that. For me personally, the new year really is around springtime. However, like for the sake of the calendar that we follow and, it's just being how we kind of show up in the world. I like to just go ahead and see like what is in store for this coming year. What is the message for us? And, what are the things that we can expect? And then what I'd like to do after that is take a couple of callers and see what is in store for them as well. So without further ado, I'm just going to jump right in and grab some cards. Today I'm going to pull from the Healing Waters Oracle deck by Rebecca Campbell. And I'm just going to go into this and say like, hey, Spirit, like, what is the message for us today? What's the message for the collective? What do we need to know? What's in store for 2025? What can we expect? So let's see here. Got some cards flying out here. I'm going to pull a couple here. And then I'm just going to channel and see what comes through based on the cards that come out. All right. Oh, I feel like that's it right there. Okay. All right. The first card we have here is we have Bounteous, generously given, relationships coming together. Okay. So what I will say about this is I really do feel like for 2025, we are coming together. Like I've been talking about this for a hot minute about how the communities are coming back. Think of tribes, think of generational living. So when I think about generational living, I think about, you're living with your parents, your grandparents, your children, multi-generations. We used to do that all the time. We're going to go back to that. Okay. We have separated so much that we've become so disconnected. And so community living, I think we're going to see more tiny homes being built, villages, where people are going to come together and build these smaller spaces to occupy for themselves, but these larger places together in community. But expect this to be something that starts to really ramp up for 2025. People start talking more about this. I think you're going to hear more and more about people doing this. I actually have people in my own life that I'm super close to that are doing something similar. So I think that is just really a validation and a remembering of this importance of coming together, that when we do come together and we do come in relationship with one another and we can give generously from our hearts, we can be of heart-centered service. That's when we get to receive that bounty. Next card we have here is Isle of Avalon, healing, returning to wholeness, transformation. I think we're going to see a lot of transformation for 2025. Many of the light workers, star seeds, those of us that have been doing this inner work, the journey, those that are spiritually connected, the ones that are interested in expanding into their higher levels of awareness, their higher consciousness, opening and expanding into their psychic abilities, are going to have exponential growth for 2025. And when we open those spiritual gifts that we have, when we open our psychic abilities, it automatically triggers healing, because that is often how we open those new gifts that we have up to access them. So I expect more healing to happen along on a collective level, on an individual level. I am expecting more people to really come back, remembering who they are, what they came for, learning to really lean in and dive into their purpose and start fulfilling that as well. The next card I have, oh, this is a good one. Let it go. Release the past, forgive, soften, and move forward. So there's a few things that I'll have to say about this card. Is the one is like releasing the past. So we have lots of old karmic ties, old energies that have been coming up for many of us, and we are moving through those. We are releasing them, letting them go through the work that we're doing, but also like this forgiveness thing that's coming through. This is not just forgiveness of others. I'm being told to remind everyone that's listening to remember to forgive yourself. We often are harder on ourselves than we are anyone else. We hold ourselves to higher standards than we do anyone else. We are often less compassionate, less gentle with ourselves than we are with others. And so if you can learn to actually forgive yourself, first and foremost, it is easier to forgive others. And forgiveness is truly to give as you did before. So if you take the word forgive, just swap that around, it is to give as you did before, whatever it was the hurt that occurred. So really look into how can we work to forgive more. I also talk about forgiveness from the childlike perspective. Have you ever noticed a 5-year-old? Like you could upset a 5-year-old. They could be super angry and very mad at you, and literally throw the biggest fit and be so upset, and 2 seconds later forgive you. So can we start forgiving like a 5-year-old? Because if we could forgive like a 5-year-old, move through it quickly, we're not holding on to all of that. When we aren't forgiving, whether it's ourselves or someone else, that's just energy we're holding on to that is not serving us. That's why it's also saying release the past. So when you forgive, you're able to release that past energy that's kept you stuck, allows you to then, as it says, move forward. The next card we have is Let It Rain, allowing what is inevitability and trust. Oh man. So as we move through those things, as we're able to soften, as we're able to move forward, release those things, forgive, we do have to allow the process to happen, because whatever is meant to unfold will. We have to always trust that Spirit has a plan, and that everything is unfolding in divine order through divine orchestration. And that can be really supportive as we move through this next year, as we have, this remembering that we all are here for this plan and this purpose. We all have one. And if we can trust that Spirit has our back and really allow what is, then we can actually create the life that we want to have. And that leads me straight into the next card, which is the absolute most perfect way to really close this piece out of the cards that I pulled. And that is the pink dolphin. And it says celebration, fun, unbridled joy, open heart. Well, when I think of this, the dolphin energy reminds me of the inner child. Your inner child is who you are at your most authentic self, because it's who you are before all of your programming and limiting beliefs were created. And so if you can let the inner child energy out through the process of allowing what's going on, trusting that Spirit has your back, be super playful as you're letting go of those things, right? The more fun that you can have, the more magic you ignite within yourself and in others. So that is what I will close out with for the year. Message to say to everyone listening for 2025 is really, how can you have more fun? In what ways can you celebrate yourself? What ways can you open your heart up to others, to yourself more, to new experiences? In what ways can you expand into your deepest desires? 2025 is calling for you to really listen to your deepest desires of your heart. We are deliberate creators. We can manifest our deepest desires, but you must allow yourself and expect the things that you want to have to show up. Because if you are constantly believing something else or that they're not possible, that's exactly what they will be. So can you, for 2025, focus on your deepest desires, the things that you want to create, releasing and letting go the things that are no longer serving you, and also allowing yourself to just be in the process with your childlike wonder so that you can receive the bounty of life. That's what is available to you every day. It's available. So I think that this would be a good opportunity whenever we're ready. I can pull some more cards here in a second, but I would love to take some callers when we're ready to see what they may have in store or to say. Some messages. Second here. So I'm going to pull a couple more cards. And I'm going to use a different deck this time. I'm going to pull from Work Your Light Oracle deck by Rebecca Campbell. Let's see here. Let's just see if there's any additional information to add to what I just said for this collective reading. Birthing a new age. Well, that's not the truth, because that's exactly what's happening right now. We have birthing a new age, dreaming a new world into being. So if you wanted to be that deliberate creator, what is the new earth, a new world that you want to live in and to experience look like? What creations do you want to bring forward? And I've been talking about how we're moving into this new earth energy, which is just a higher frequency, higher levels of consciousness. But what do you want to take with you? And what do you want to leave behind? Because there are things that I know many of us don't want to take with us. And there are things that we know just don't serve us. So what do you want to leave behind? That's the question. So 2025 is an opportunity to let go and literally leave behind whatever is not serving, like literally just walk away from it. I've been talking about this for a hot minute. Get off the hamster wheel, because we're breaking the cycles. And that takes me to the Starseed card, which just says what lights you up, because that is truly what you are meant to do, is what you deeply desire. What does your heart, what makes your heart pitter patter? And can you really lean into your deepest desires and bring forward more of that for your 2025? All right. It looks like we do have a caller ready for us. So let's go ahead and we're going to talk to Penny. And let's see, it says Glennon, Pennsylvania. I'm not sure I said that right.
Yes, you did.
Hi, Penny. How are you?
I'm good.
Happy New Year.
Well, let's hope. Let's hope.
Yes, let's hope. That's absolutely right. So tonight I am just doing some readings for the coming year and overall messages. Yep. Are you good if I go ahead and just pull some cards for you?
Yep, that's what I want to know. It'll be better than last year.
All right. All right, Spirit. Well, what is the message for Penny? What does she need to know? I'm going to pull a couple cards. All right. All right, the first card I have for you is the ripple effect, part of something bigger, details are taken care of. This feels like more about trust. So Spirit's asking you to trust whatever experiences that you've had, trust whatever's coming up, trust the process. And I'm being told that like whatever obstacles have come in your way, whatever tribulations or just less favorable outcomes that you've had over this last year, they have all been to help you on your journey, to give you contrast and perspective on the things that you want versus what you don't want. It's going to help give you clarity, but trust the process, and that whatever you've gone through was literally serving a purpose, and that 2025 does look to be, this is the song that's coming through to me right now, Penny, is I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I don't know if that song means anything to you.
Yep.
But
yep, because let me tell you, I had to work with one because he feels that, the county takes kids, and so they tried to pull some crap on me saying that I was being abused in the one and and they took her. And then we have all kinds of proof showing that they weren't even supposed to take her, and they did. And then we have, they tried to pull charges, everything else on me. And everything was not found. But we're worried about now because my daughter's got 3 more kids, and we're worried that they might try to take those 3 from her because she's not in a stable thing.
Okay, let me keep reading the
Mine
card.
is all good. Mine's all good. So.
All right. So the next card you have is The next card you have is Ride the Waves, which would make total sense, right? So there's a lot of movement and things going on, but it says life lessons and growth. You will get through this. So Spirit's just reminding you that whatever, these experiences have been, just keep riding the waves. Spirit has your back. These are the life lessons. I literally just said that to you before I read the card. So I was talking about how these all here to prepare you for just the lessons and experiences you need to have, and that you'll get through it. Spirit's like, we got your back. Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay. We're supporting you. Your team is here, and you're going to get through this. And the next card you have, which is so just interesting, just because these cards just all go so well together. You have Metamorphosis. So Metamorphosis, always the moment that I see the card, I think of, I think of the butterfly and the transformation, because that's exactly what this card is. It says embrace transformation. Things are different now. One of the things that I'm being told to remind you to do, Penny, is a practice that you can do is every night before you go to bed and every morning when you wake up, is asking Spirit to put you on your highest timeline. So anything that just doesn't feel like in alignment with you or doesn't resonate any longer, don't be afraid to let those things go, to release them, and to allow yourself to move into new experiences, maybe even new people, whatever needs to put you on that space that's going to elevate your frequency and put you in the place that you desire to be. Do you have any specific questions?
Well, I want to know if those children are safe with the mom, or because I have to go up and get them. Because they have a court hearing coming up for the other little girl, and she's trying to get custody. She won't get them. But they're worried about UAS might try to take those little ones, the 3.
So my guys are saying trust, trust, trust. I just heard it 3 times. A bull card.
I trust nobody.
They're just saying trust, trust. So I just pulled align your life. So what is not aligned or needs to change. So this card is just really just saying there's something coming in around you trusting your intuition about the situation and about the experience.
Okay, now the best one is we're paying an outrageous amount for rent. But I want to be out here, like, by the time the kids get out of school. Do you see anything with me trying to buy a home or anything else? Because that's what we're trying to do.
Do I see any issue with you trying to buy a home?
Yeah, we're trying to get one by summertime or so.
All right, let me see.
We're going to start doing now. We're going to start now, but they're going to wait till they get out of school.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting a yes or a no. What I'm hearing is they're showing me a align your life card again. So make sure that your things are in alignment so that you are set up for success. So there may be things that show up that could be challenges or obstacles. If you have a clear vision, if you take inspired action to make sure that you are actually like working towards the thing you want to create, you're going to be more likely to have it. But Spirit says wherever you land is exactly where you're meant to land. That's what I'm being told to remind you. Also, the boundaries card came out as I was shuffling. So it's just saying, where do you need to establish better boundaries? So in what areas do you need to create more boundaries with people, ask for more help? And reminder that no is a complete and full sentence. You don't owe an explanation to people for things if you don't energetically feel like you have that in you. So don't be afraid to say no. But as far as the house, I'm not getting a definitive answer. I do feel like there may be more than one move. So it may be like you find something temporary and then later you find something better.
Okay, because just like you said, the trust thing is not mine. And we moved in down here. We've been here for 2 years, but we have just like we've been through so much that my trust thing's way out.
I wish you the best of luck, Penny. Thank you so much for calling tonight, and have a happy new year.
You too.
Thank you. Up next, we have Selena in Winsboro, Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I say your name right?
Yes, you did.
Happy New Year. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. Super excited for all the things that are to come. And tonight, Selena, I am doing just some basic card pulls on like the messages for whoever's calling in for 2025. Are you good with that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. So let's just see what's in store for you. Spirit's telling me to pull 5 cards for you tonight. So let's see. I'm just shuffling over here. Oh, the first one you got, Sacred Well, replenishment, self-care, giving from a place of plenty. I'm sorry, giving from a place of plenty. So the message for you around this for coming up for 2025 is to really take a deep dive of being intentional with your self-care. So can you work to fill up your cup and give from your overflow? So often we are giving to everyone else, forgetting about ourselves, or we give to them, and then we think we'll just get what's left, and often there's nothing left. So Spirit's just like, oh, time to fill your cup. So make sure that your self-care is a priority for 2025. It will help you balance your energy and manage your stress as well.
Okay.
The next card you have is Bounteous. So generously given, relationships coming together. So there is definitely going to be more unity coming in. I'm also seeing maybe some new friendships coming in. Spirit's also saying to gather your tribe of people. So if there are maybe new things you're wanting to experience, or maybe you're ready to make some new friends, or maybe that feels scary, but like you feel that urge to do that, then this would be the opportunity this year to do that. There is this invitation to call in your tribe of people that you feel most aligned with. And I'm being told have more fun, more play, more fun and more play. The next card you have is Immerse Yourself, training, learning new hobbies and passions. So it seems like the 2025 year really, Salida, is going to be around yourself. So immersing yourself in things that you find interest in. So if there's something you want to learn, if there's maybe you're interested in expanding your psychic abilities and you want a teacher, maybe you're interested in a yoga class or doing something that just makes your heart light up, this is your opportunity and your time to say yes to yourself and go explore what that looks like for you. Did you buy a car recently, or have you been thinking about it?
Thinking about it.
I'm being told it's a yes. Go for it.
Okay.
I just saw like a new car.
Right. Interesting.
Oh, you got the rainbow. This is a really, really great card in this deck and a really powerful card. So it's sweet relief, new beginnings, a new way forward. So 2025, I'm seeing new doors open, new opportunities for you. So things that feel fun, things that you just feel called to start walking through those doors of opportunity, because you're going to start really discovering what you want, what you don't want. And the only way to figure out what you really like or don't is to experience it first. So if it's a no, you'll feel it. If it's a yes, you'll feel that too. Follow your gut feelings and your intuition. That's another big message for 2025, but you definitely have some new opportunities coming your way for this year.
Awesome.
And you have the plunge card. I love this. I love all these cards for you. So the plunge card says, don't hold back. It's time. Go for it. Dive in. So just validation to all the things that I said to you. This is your time. They're saying, make this the year of Salida. Make this all about you. So there is some type of invitation here about really self-care, self-love, nurturing yourself, finding the things that light up your heart, and really doing the things that make you happy. How does that feel?
Oh, that's amazing. I would like to say it's about time.
It's about time. I'm hearing that too. I'm actually hearing your guide say, like, it is about time. It is time to make this the year of Salida and go get that new car, is what they're telling me.
Okay.
Yes, they're just saying, do the things that light you up. So do you have any specific questions for 2025 that you would like to know?
Work-wise, can you see anything about that, career-wise, job-wise?
I am seeing a shift or change somewhere around April or May.
Okay.
Have you been thinking about a new job?
Well, I haven't lived in Winsboro all that long, and I've been having a struggle trying to find work because I'm just not from here. And this is one of those, if you're not from here, you're going to have a hard time. So it's been a struggle, but I'm thinking it's going to get better. It has to.
Yeah, I'm actually hearing the old TV show. I think it's the Jeffersons. I'm moving on up. That's
right.
You know that old theme song from that TV show? That's what's playing. So,
I do. I sure do.
Does that show mean anything to you?
No, my sister and I used to sing it a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So something that you used to do with her. I figured it was connected to you somewhere. So I'm just hearing like there's going to be some shifts and changes. It looks like something around April or May, but be clear in what you want to call in, and also remove your limiting belief that if you're not from there, you can't find it, because you're a deliberate creator. So start creating an affirmation that says, oh, everyone is attracted to my energy and wants to hire me.
Right.
Right. All right, Salida, thank you so much for calling tonight. I'm super grateful to have had you here. I wish you all the best for 2025. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you guys so much. This is a wrap for tonight's episode of Welcome Your Woo. I hope that you've had fun nestling in with me this evening, and I hope that you return for more of this next week, where I will continue talking all of the things. I love doing these readings. I love having all of you here. Make sure that you come back next week. We are here every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Central. If you would like to stay connected, you can follow me on Facebook and Instagram for daily inspiration and updates. So that's my Facebook group, Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane, easy to find, or you can also find me at sarahjanepatton.com. All right, you guys, as always, remember to stay open, trust the journey, and welcome your woo. I'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Supernatural Living with Danny Vorasco. Live from NewWorldServices.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Supernatural Living on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio Network. It's great to be here with you. My name is Danny Vorskova. I am a evidential medium, spiritual advisor, and I really like to think of myself as more of a guide as we navigate through all of these changes that are happening nowadays. So when I was thinking about one thing that I'd like to start the show with, I was thinking along the lines of manifesting. I know that we have a lot of questions about our free will. What can we do? Law of one. Just all these different things. And I wanted to share that what I've learned behind all of this is really the most basic of all things. And it starts with gratitude. And I know that seems ABC when we're thinking about affirmations, prayer, all that stuff is good stuff. But really, having the sense of gratitude, just practicing that every day throughout your day and connecting to the outcomes that you do want will really magnetize those things to you. And it's a big deal. I'm summing it up in a small pocket here, but it is a really big deal. So that was one thing that I really wanted to start sharing with you with each week. How to live a life of gratitude, especially when you have bills, we have love, we have our kids. There's a lot going on. So I would say start with something small. Especially when we're having one of those days that's just, I like to start with something small. I say, well, how is the air today? Does it feel good? Does the sunshine, feel nice today? Okay, I'll take it. How was that cup of coffee? All right, okay. And you know what? Before you know it, this builds upon itself. So, yeah, there we go. Okay, so you know what? Let's see if we maybe we'll take a caller. See who we have here. Loretta. Hi, Loretta. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful. Thank you for calling.
Oh, yeah. It's good to connect. How can I help you today?
Oh, well, I guess if you just want to send me a general message in regards to, my past and future that I'm heading towards, that would be wonderful. If there's anything that you think I should know, that would be great.
Okay. Is there a specific area that you'd want to focus on? I'm tuning into education. But is there love or career, something that you had in mind?
Not particularly, but I mean, education. I'm actually in Mexico right now, and I'm going to be doing a sweat lodge in about an hour. So I'm just having some cacao, and then I signed up for a workshop that I'm going to be doing here. So that's very education oriented.
That's excellent. That's so excellent to hear. Now, when you did ask about your path, that was one of the first things that came up. And, you know, are you considering facilitating events? Is that something that you have planned or that you're questioning?
Actually, I just got my certification to facilitate cacao ceremonies, and I have done a couple, but I really want to expand that. So that's why I'm doing this workshop, just to learn a little bit more and just really you move forward in my spiritual development, but also teaching. I want to move into more of that teacher role, you know?
Well, you are, I just got chills. You are so ready. And, you know, you are such a blessing to the community, to everyone. And I just feel that this is all smooth sailing, honest, you know. I think, are you contemplating moving? Or are you thinking about moving with this? Like wondering if this would be more beneficial in a different area?
Well, I'm changing careers for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's a gradual process, but so I'm moving jobs. I found out I had PTSD from work, so I can't stay where I am. So I just wanted to move something that was less toxic and just more nurturing and feminine. So really drawn to helping people and just really want to help wake people up, but also help them get more healthy in all aspects, physical, mental, spiritual, you know, that kind of thing.
This feels so good. I feel that you are right coming into your own, right on your path. And it feels to me that you really know this. It might not always be so clear in the front, but yeah. And I think that it's going to come up a little clearer for you to maybe come to like a crossroads to where you're thinking about relocating. And has that come up yet?
I don't know, maybe move, but I'm in Mexico, so I mean I'm going back to Canada in a few days, so maybe that's what you're sensing. I don't know.
Okay. Well, one thing I do see with your path going forward is that there would be an opportunity to move, and what I feel from that is that whichever choice you make, stay or move, that they're equally as great. They're equally as great. I can feel the difference between the warmth, say, you know, over Mexico and this area, but you'll have the same success in either areas. So if I could give you some advice, I would definitely tell you, don't worry. It's really just preference.
Right.
Is there anything else you'd like me to look into? I love it. This looks so good on you. This is so good for you, really. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess if you want to tell me about my financial future, like I am starting a business, so if you want to share something about my new company, that would be great.
Yeah. So what I do feel with your business is I'm getting an impression regarding not quite a concern for debt, but that there is there something regarding a loan or charging on your credit card, borrowing money, something to that effect? There's nothing like that. Okay. I do have a feeling of something regarding that it wouldn't be like cash payout, something that you have, that there would be something that would require additional funds. And it does feel like that's where another collaboration is going to come in. Do you have another female friend that you're thinking about collaborating with?
Yes.
Okay. That does feel like that in time to me. That does feel like that in time would build into something trusting with the appropriate boundaries, the appropriate professional boundaries. So still, everything looks absolutely great. And anything that you're going through as you're going through each one of these steps, they're just steps. There's really nothing along this path. It seems like you are just really right on point with your purpose. I commend you for doing all the work to get here, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, on that note, we're going to let you go, and I just wish you the best. And hey, stop back sometime and let us know how it's going.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I love a happy story. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see. I believe we do have another caller waiting here. Okay. Let's see if I can see. Who is this? Let's see. I can't see the name. Okay. Helen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, hi, Helen. How are you? Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
And thanks for being patient with me as I work through my techie stuff here.
It's okay. I wait my turn. It's okay. I'm patient.
So how are you today, Helen?
I'm doing okay. I was wondering if maybe you could, do my cards for me.
Did you say your cards?
Yeah, if you could tell me what you see in the cards.
I have to tell, I love it. I love it. I love it. I came on today, and I wanted to talk about signs and synchronicities. And then I said, no, let's get into gratitude manifesting. And as I'm going through my logic, I had this urge that said, get your cards. And I said, no. I said, no, we're going to talk about gratitude. And it was, no, don't sit down without your cards. So Helen, it's great. It's great to connect with you. And as a matter of fact, I did listen to Spirit, and I do have them here. On that note, Helen, is there any area of your life that you'd really like to prefer to delve into first, or that you have a higher priority in? I did have these. I'm not going to tell you which ones. Go ahead. You tell me.
No. Oh, no. You tell me what you want to tell me. It doesn't matter. Whatever you see.
Okay. All right. Let's see. To grab these first. That's something else. I love how that works out. Okay. Not those. Just give me 1 second, because I did grab them on my way in here. I didn't have them ready, but next time I will. So let me just see here. Okay. Well, the first ones that called out to me as I was coming were my Doreen Virtue romance cards. So I'll just give you a quick show right here. And I said, well, I don't know. I don't want to pick one out, ahead of time. And well, here they are. So as I pick these up right now, I have another deck over here for you. I'm feeling like we're going to talk about a non-romantic connection. So let's see what we've got here. Feels like even though these are romance, it's like this is also friendship to be romance. Let's see. Would that make sense to you, Helen?
A friendship to romance, yes, that makes sense.
That does make sense. Okay. All right, great. Thank you for confirming that. Let's see. For Helen. Let's see, for Helen. Okay. I got Helen. Helen, okay, let's see. I'm pulling another one here for you. Feel like I have something here, but I'm feeling like this could be part of your past. So let me just see if I got a little bit more information here. Okay, well, you can tell me, Helen. So the first card I'm pulling here is pay attention to the red flags. Pay attention
I do that. I always pay attention to the red flags, yes.
Okay. This so the signs are cautioning you. Now, this feels to me, Helen, like this is something that you've already gotten past or that you're already aware of.
Yes.
Is that's true? Yes?
Yes.
That makes sense? Yes. Okay, good.
Yes, it makes sense.
Okay, that feels past. And now the next one that I have here is religious factors. So religious factors, right? And I'm not sure if you're familiar with this deck. Your love life, excuse me, is
I don't have no love life. I don't have a love life.
Love life or lack thereof love life is influenced by your religious upbringing and spiritual path. So what I feel off of this is I would like to take out the word religion, right? Set that aside. And I'm getting pulled more towards the upbringing. I get a feeling that do you feel that you have to be with a certain type of person? Are you looking for? No? Okay. When you're looking for someone, is one of the primary considerations incorporating this person into your family or community?
Mm-hmm. Okay. But I'm not looking for no.
People don't mind. They think, hey, when love finds me, fate finds me. And then some people say, hey, this is real important.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So is that something that you, how do you feel about that? Like, is that something that plays a big role in your?
Oh yeah, if something's meant to be and it happens, yes. But I'm not looking for anything. Then yes, that's okay.
Okay. Well, I'd say that since this comes in the present position, maybe just be mindful that I know that I've heard this myself, that sometimes the person that is coming towards you or that's interested in you may not fit that bill that we think. But if you give it a second, you never know. And almost blushing. So Helen, I have to tell you, the next card here we have is chemistry. So,
okay.
There's a strong magnetic attraction here. All right. On that note, are you familiar with a man? Are you close to a man whose name would begin with J?
J. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to say his name out loud, but would he be relevant to this scenario?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, honestly, I get a good feeling about this, and it does feel that there is a little bit of awkwardness happening, and honestly, I'm picking up that the feelings are absolutely mutual. and that this has good potential. It does, not only for the chemistry, capital C, all the good stuff, but for there's a strong friendship factor there, because that's what I originally pulled out here. Life partner.
Oh yeah, there's a strong friendship.
Yeah, that right there is that's an excellent foundation to have. Now,
but the first name doesn't begin with J. The last name begins with J. But that's still okay, right?
Oh, okay, sure, yeah. I'm just seeing like the big capital there, so I would take that as a sign. But this feels really good. It feels a little awkward. Is someone not taking the next step, or have you been friends for a while to where you're comfortable and awaiting the next step?
We've been friends for a long time, but it's still not. It's just still awkward. We'll put it that way.
Awkward, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Helen, are you ready to take the first step?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's loop back to square one, right? How about if you feel like taking out a notebook, maybe write him a note. Right. Start having a conversation with him in a private journal. And trust me, this works. You will be able to connect with him on a deeper spiritual level in the 5D as opposed to the present. And we're all intuitive. Everyone's got a sixth sense.
So do I. Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I think putting more details in your journal about more personal, intimate thoughts I think that would absolutely get the ball rolling. I think so, without having to directly come out and say something to him.
Okay.
So
I'll try that.
yeah, definitely. And you know what? Give it a shot and maybe put down, saying something like a scenario like, I would love, if you're just, pretend you're writing directly to him. I would love to go out for lunch. I'd love to go to that cafe. I would love to take that ride, extra long ride together to that cafe in the other town. And even add a song. Add like a romantic, some kind of song to it. Just copy it there, write it down. You're creating like your vision board for this.
Okay.
And then you can literally just skip the small talk and the awkwardness.
Okay. And do you see anything else, or?
I see that to me, when this comes out, like it's like this combustion comes out, I feel like this is going to be something that you'll look back and you'll laugh about, and that I think that he's going to be more relieved than you. So whatever awkwardness you're feeling, I feel like he's feeling it worse than you are. So yeah. And then you can actually get to the next step with planning some things to do. Are you and I should just ask, is a garden center relevant to your situation?
What is it called?
Like a garden center. I'm thinking of something like a garden center where there's like plants or something like that, like where maybe someone would say, oh, I really wanted to plant those herbs, or I wanted to plant those basil or tomatoes, even if it's something like on a pot, a potted plant on a deck. Did you ever have those conversations?
No.
Nothing like that. Okay. Well,
no.
I would like to recommend make getting out, if you can get out together, which you will get out together. But when you do, make an arrangement to go to one of these garden centers. I'm not sure if you have I don't know. I'm in New York, so if you have a Home Depot or at whatever place like that.
Oh yeah, I have that. Yeah, I have a Home Depot. Yeah, yes.
That's what I'm imagining. I'm imagining I'm getting like the scenario of the Home Depot and you and him walking around in that garden center on a nice day, like the outdoor area. I think it's going to be a lighthearted atmosphere, and I think that you'd be real comfortable there, as opposed to a darker, date type place. So,
okay.
Do you have any connection to that already, or does he?
Yes, he does. He does.
He has a connection there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right, good. Well, maybe this is another level to where you can draw up conversation. I'm thinking of like, what about, I get this feeling, what about asking him for advice? What about asking him for advice?
I could do that.
If you were to...
Yes, I can do that.
Ask him for advice, and advice in the way of where he can do something to help you. That you're asking advice, like this is I'm trying to describe the image that I'm seeing. But it would be like, I would love to plant some basil. I would love to plant tomatoes, grow tomatoes for my salad. I have no idea. So instead of him saying, oh yeah, get the pack and the soil, saying, oh, I really am not going to understand this. And making this a project that you can do together.
Okay,
does that make sense? Yeah. Something like that would be like, it brings you closer. I don't know why it seems funny, but it's like it brings humor and it brings connection. And even if you don't want the tomatoes, you can gift them. But something on that level. And
it'd be nice to plant a garden. Yes.
Yeah. So something like that. Yeah. I see this working.
And that's,
did you have any other questions, Helen?
No, just if you see anything else, but not concerning that part. If you see anything else in general.
I really don't. At this point, I see that this connection is going to take you really far. And thank you for sharing this with me. Thank you for inviting me in so that I could.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And what's your name? If I can remember.
My name is Danny Boriskova, and I will be here every week, Tuesdays at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And on that note, Helen, I'm gonna let you go. Wish you the best. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you. I wish you the best too. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Helen. Take care. Wow, everyone. Well, this has been a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for joining and for sharing all your love with us. And it's just a pleasure to be here. So I look forward to seeing you all next week, and tune in. Thank you.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to Psychic Tuesday. I'm your guide, Bernice Bisson. I am going to start with some of the crazy astrology at the top because we have a pretty intense moon coming up on May 12th. Scorpio full moon, really bringing us illumination on the areas that need deep transformation. But leading into that full moon is we have an interesting square between Mercury, which is moving into Taurus on the 11th, squaring Pluto. And Pluto is a bit of a thug this week, frankly, and the next 10 days. And Pluto in Aquarius can question people's logic, can be power challenges, logistics challenges, challenges of logic, challenges of even like trucking, vehicles, cars, airplanes, those ideas. Mercury really going into Taurus around technology and the economy, communications, technologies, the economy, and that could even be digital currencies, digital banking, anything like that could be a bit volatile because, like I said, power struggles and again, you know, what we saw in Spain and Portugal in terms of like mass power outages, I don't know. I feel like could pop up again in a weird way. Maybe not in that location, but maybe in other European locations, even parts of the US. And I feel like with this Pluto showdown, it has Venus joining. There's a sextile today, in fact, with Venus and Pluto, and Venus is just buttering Pluto up. Venus is almost like it's you know, it's that buddy talking you into things you shouldn't be doing. And I feel like Venus is just convincing us or talking people into things they shouldn't be doing. And I feel like Pluto it can be a bit volatile with that square to Mercury, really causing, like I said, technologies, banking systems, financial systems, digital systems, frustrations, logistics, traffic, shipping things. These are all areas that could be kind of volatile over the next 10 days, and that could encounter technological issues. And so just to be mindful of that, and along with Pluto's in Scorpio, which is, you know, Pluto rules Scorpio, one of the rulers, and Pluto being a bit of a thug and a jerk this week and going retrograde, going over old stuff that might have made them mad. You know, because we're at the very beginning degrees of this retrograde, and over the next few months, going over old degrees of power struggles. So we could see, you know, tariff stuff back and forth. We could see old issues going back and forth. I mean, even in Alberta, which isn't counted as a hot topic, a lot of saber rattling, a lot of fear mongering, a lot of AI generated crap and bots on social media, and you know, it's all this energy that goes under that sort of Pluto, Mercury, Venus energy the next few days, next 10 days. So, I mean, you know, I'm going to say be mindful about what you're reading online. You're going to have to really double check everything that kind of comes out. I mean, there could be crazy images like, you know, the president dressed as the Pope and stuff like that. You never know. Could come out. Scorpio full moon is going to be deeply transformational, shedding light on areas that need to go. And that's that Pluto Mercury energy leading into this full moon on the 12th. And it could be very transformative in terms of sudden endings, sudden beginnings. And so in terms of sexuality, fertility, birth and death, and everything in between those extremes really could take on starting that full moon the 12th in the next 2 weeks, but really the next 6 months until we hit Scorpio new moon, we're going to feel that depth of transformation. And that is even, particularly, we could hear news around what's going on in Gaza and Israel as well, because that is that Scorpio energy is very powerful and very transforming there. So again, lots of saber rattling, lots of threats, existential threats, big threats, the destruction, the revolution, the breaking down of old ideas and barriers in a very revolutionary kind of way. And again, technology, and some real challenges around power. So we could see that. We could even see uprisings or things starting to spring up in terms of mass gatherings, mass protests. We're going to see lots of energy or that the next 10 days, 20 days under this thing. So it gets people fired up. People are fired up, and everybody wants to say something. So remember that. Everybody's going to have an opinion. Everybody wants to say something. So be really patient with people. Recognize that it's very fast energy. And that Scorpio full moon, I mean, Winnipeg, where I live, is a Scorpio city. And the Jets is about to go into their second round of the playoffs. And this is going to be, they're going to have to keep from getting hurt. I feel like that is going to be the biggest piece for the Jets, Winnipeg Jets here in Winnipeg, playing Dallas, is that, remember, Pluto's a bit of thug energy, and Pluto rules Scorpio, Winnipeg, Scorpio City, which explains a lot about Winnipeg if you've ever been here. But around the Jets, because they have very much, depending on what start date we talk about, I like to think of them as Gemini energy. And that there is Jupiter going into Gemini. We've got Uranus going into Gemini, which could be really unexpected energy, which could be really big energy. Could be, so the big thing for our hockey team is that they can't get hurt. I guess that's my big message there. And if they can, it's the penalties that could get us. And I just remember that. Jets, for this next round. Okay. And so we are going to look at some of this intensity and how it impacts each of the signs. We're going to look at each, and you can listen to your sun, moon, or rising. That is your divine masculine is the sun. That is, I think, I see, I think, I speak, I do. If I think of your chakra energy, it's also your social standing, your world outside, your work, your community, your friends. Your divine feminine is much closer. It is, I see, I feel, I desire in terms of our chakra energy. Of course, all governed by our root. And I like to think of that as our ascendant. It's what puts both of those together and drives it forward. So you can listen to all three signs to get your full message. And so I'm going to start off at the top today with Aries, because man, you've also got the transit Aries. You got the transit of Ceres into your sign. This asteroid is really around promoting your independence, and that this asteroid joining a plethora of planets bumping in your sign this year. By your next birthday, Aries, you got literally 6 celestial bodies all gathering. Couple of asteroids. It's pretty big stuff for Aries, and Aries really governs pioneering, forward-thinking, progressive energy, lots of action, fast-moving kind of energy. So you guys are going to be really gearing up and really coming into, I don't want to say power, but into motion and to action. And so that's going to be good. And it is a time of your enlargement, of your expanding your universe out, expanding your world out, renewal, starting fresh, and you could have had like the carpet kicked out from under you, which would bring that fresh start for sure. Emotions will be strong. Emotions will be really powerful for you. You could be in the graces of others this next 10 days that, you could get rock star parking. You could get people holding the door open for you. You could get a freebie waiting in the coffee line. And that this is a time of healing and really integrating that healing and doing some deep reflection, Aries. You've had a bit of hard-pressed year. And in this, I feel like you're going to start to be able to really integrate some of the healing that you have initiated. Okay, let's keep going. Tauruses, sun, moon, rising, our little Tauruses. And you've got Mercury joining there with that square to Pluto. And then in your house of partnership across from you, you've got that full moon in Scorpio. Ben, you could dump people, you could dump friends, you could dump situations that no longer serve you. And you would have already been showing this the last few years, Tauruses. So I feel like this is the breaking out of the chrysalis for you. You're getting out of the chrysalis if you were a butterfly, and you're going to be sitting and just kind of perched as we get into Taurus season. And we get kind of deep into Taurus season, and with the sun sort of energizing you, I feel like there's new openings, new propositions. I feel like this is a purification for you, and this full moon really is going to bring in this purification in terms of who loves you, who likes you, who hates you, who follows you, who stalks you, who gives you attention. Right, this is going to be some big changes in all of those areas for you guys, and you could have some reverie in this. You could kind of gloat a little bit. You can kind of be loving the attention that seems to be coming in the next 10 days, but the next few weeks, very much so, because it just isn't your birthday season, and that you could have a long-awaited message come in that you've been waiting a long time to hear from someone, and I feel like, or about something, and that I feel like you could be hearing about it before we head into Gemini season. So even before the third week in May, you could get some really darn good news, surprising news. Mercury is your ruler. But today is probably the hardest day, ironically, in terms of that Mercury energy squaring Pluto. So I just feel like your words carry weight, carry a light stick. They're Gemini, or Taurus, sorry. Gemini, sun, moon, rising, Geminis, that is that Mercury energy really governing, along with Jupiter, along with the planet Uranus. We're going to be headed into your season right now where that sun is in your 12th house, really kind of shining light on your sore spots, your places that you might need to heal, the places you might need to do some work on. You could have some surprising triggers. Like you could find people come out of the blue, situations come out of the blue that really going to trigger some action on your behalf. And even by your birthday, you're going to be able to maybe start to act on some of this stuff. But right now, you could be guarding your privacy, and that know that if there's any setbacks, they're minor, they're small, they're fluid, they're the finale in a sense before you move forward with your birthday season when the sun joins a plethora of planets to really amplify your reach, amplify your progressive forward, your goals for the next year, what you're shooting for. You're going to be able to really ramp up that energy. So now would be the time to hold back your energy a little bit, just warm up for the season. It would just be the warm up right now is kind of the best way to look at it. And so, and again, protecting your privacy could be a big piece, or your downtime or your personal time there, Gemini. Geminis, okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get into Cancerian season. Little crabs, you're going to wind up having a pretty powerful new moon coming up. And I feel like this is a nice reset because it's the first new moon not opposed by half the universe that was gathering in Capricorn over the last 7 years. So you really have an opportunity to break free in a big way, which feels pretty exciting, which feels like this movement forward could bring forward some exciting energy for you, like every possibility. Don't get roped in, Cancerians. Don't get nailed down. Don't get tied down. Don't get locked in, because this is a time where you're just finally getting your freedom and your direction and discovering really what all the possibilities are. And this could be in your career, or this could be in committed singledom or committed partnerships. Any area that you've been committed to other people in, I feel like you could have a real plethora of opportunities that will present themselves to you over the next 10 days and even over the next 6 months in a big way. But it's kind of exciting. So this isn't the time. This is the time to look at every possibility, every option, every eventuality. And that you'll be given taste of that certainly over the next little bit. Leo, sun, moon, rising. This Pluto energy, that square is directly across from you with Mercury, and it's directly across from you in Aquarius. And so anything to do with your house of partnership, lovers, romantic partners, ex-partners, current partners, past partners, doesn't matter. I feel like this is a time that, you have to get down to basics, that you have to shed what's not working. You have to pull back your energy from any past restrictions, people who've delayed you, people who've kept you stalled there, Leo. You're going to really, there's a bit of a retrograde with Pluto, so you could find yourself going over old things you thought you agreed to with other people. You could find you have old conversations coming up again that you've sworn you had before. And you could even revisit conversations that you need to revisit, that you've been wanting to revisit, Leo, and that it could come around money, spending, values, expenses, debts, being surprised by debts, being surprised by cash flow, being surprised by money that comes through other people, comes through partners, comes through business partners, romantic partners, family, like people you're committed to, that you can find that Pluto Mercury energy could throw you for a loop a little bit. Not to let, again, it's going to be very temporary energy. This Pluto energy wasn't as strong as it was last year, so we're kind of breathing a little bit better, but still I feel like it could be the final nail in the coffin, the final closing of the door on a situation that has caused you some stress there, Leo. Won't that be nice, huh? Yeah, that's what I think. Anyway, that's how I feel about that Scorpio full moon. Virgo, sun, moon, rising, the residue of things. So people leaving their residue behind, leaving their impressions behind. You could be ruminating, you could be going back over, you could be thinking about the past, missed opportunities, missed chances, missed people, missed loves, remembering remembrance. But I feel like what's coming around for you now is way better. It's way better. What's coming around for you now is more available, more in line with you. You could find your way out of a career direction. You could find your skills really transferable right now, that you could make a shift in terms of what you do for a career, a living, an employer. You can make a shift that has maybe been not so helpful for you over the last 2 years, but really now solidifying for you in your direction. This isn't a time of complacency. I feel like this is going to be a time of methodical details, having to work a bit extra, work harder, be very focused on not dropping the ball in any area. So you could be carrying a lot. I feel like you're going to make great first impressions. You're going to make great impressions on people. People could be really liking how you're showing up. You could be showing up and smelling right, looking good, like that. I feel like it's time for you to move forward, Virgo. No more ruminating in the past. And you're going to have this Scorpio full moon reset, and it could be with people, jobs, or situations where you really start to get maybe some of your, you'll see your insecurities, you'll see where things have been insecure, and you'll be able to start building some security around you now. It's exciting stuff there, Virgos. All right, Libra, sun, moon, rising. All this energy going into Aries, especially with Ceres around independence. This could be around your fiscal independence, Libras. This could be around inheritances, money, tax rebates, insurance payouts, little bits of finances that could come in kind of handy, could help you plan for paying off a little bit of debt, maybe getting that little the trip you wanted or the new furniture you wanted. I feel like there's something kind of nice, a little bit of a victory for you there. And that this could be a time where you could be have more opportunities in relationships than you realized. And I feel like you could have been going down one rabbit hole or one path in terms of, oh, this possibility in this relationship or the possibility in that relationship. And, you know, I think you have someone coming back around. I think you have someone coming back around that you've already crossed paths with. And if you're already with them, then you're really able to take a new direction in your relationship, a new attitude, new communication, new skills, new way of looking, a new perspective. And I feel like that could even be someone that you might have been in no contact with. You could have a new perspective on them. And I feel like there's something about that that could come together for you in past relationships. Could feel pretty good. Could feel kind of nice showing up for you. All right, Scorpio, man, this is your full moon coming. You're only one this year. And I got to say, really illuminating, and especially with the square Pluto, which is your ruling planet, standing up for yourself, getting a backbone, really, you know, speaking up, saying something. I feel like you could be putting an end to an issue. It could be a vice, an addiction, a habit, a pattern, where you're able to really put to bed something that has held you back in the past and really move forward in a big way. You know, normally when we have our birthday, that's a big reset, but this full moon with that Scorpio energy with Pluto, I feel like there could be the ending of issues that have been in your life. You could wind up, if you have had issues with your landlord, issues with where you're renting, you could have a new opportunity. If you've had issues with people who have not shown up for you, because now it's about a time of accounting. That this is now a time to take stock of who supports you, who doesn't, who's showing up for you, who's throwing a wrench into your plans, who's throwing a bone to you, who's like, hey, I got an opportunity for you. Because I feel like you could get some really surprising shifts in perspective that allows you to really move forward, surrender to it. I feel like your passions will be fed. You're going to feel very passionate about your new direction or this new endeavor or opportunity that seems to come out of the ashes of old stuff. That, you know, it really rises up out of the ashes of some old stuff there, Scorpio. So that's kind of exciting to look forward to, certainly over the next 7 to 10 days. Brings me to Sagittarians, Sun, Moon, Rising, Saggies. You know, this is going to be a time for you to reorganize. You could be reorganizing your schedule. You could be starting to plan maybe your summer coming up. You could be planning your holidays, your time off. You could find yourself a bit distracted over the next 7 to 10 days, really about, you know, maybe you needed time off already and you're kind of feeling the need to take care of your health, your diet, your gut health, your physical health. You could be really wanting some really fascinated about the time off coming up for you, maybe. So there's some nice energy around that for you guys. Remember to be mindful not to get distracted or rerouted from stuff that you're wanting, because I feel like you're going to need a bit of discipline over the next few weeks until we get into Gemini season. And as we get through Gemini season, you could find a lot of work being piled on your plate, a lot of and that could be stuff around your house. That could be renovations, home stuff, getting things done. And I feel like that's going to be an energy for you to harness, get focused, really work on the mindfulness, start to finish, start a project, finish project. Because I feel like this summer is going to zip by ya if you don't. Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising, Cappies, you know, this is a time of adornment for you. This is a time for new clothes. This is a time for new hair, new facial, new skin, new getting yourself ready for summer. You could have had a lot of worry and anxiety or assumptions and find an uneasiness over the last few months, and that's going to start to ease or dissipate, particularly as we get past Cancerian season. And I just feel like you're really evaluating where you might have found you've wasted time, energy, resources, or money, and really resolving not to do that in future. You could be really maybe living simply and saving money, hoarding your money, but pulling back, really focused on what you need, what's going to advance you, where your finances are, and what's going to move you forward. And so I do really feel like this is going to be a time about not wanting to be bugged with people's demands on you. So it's okay to be a bit selfish there, Capricorns, and really focus on making yourself beautiful, making yourself healthy, making yourself well, fattening up your bank account a little bit. And it might take a bit of effort. It might take some, you might start working out. You could start a savings plan. You could start a regimen, a skin regimen. You could start really doing self-care. So there's some big stuff for you around this, Capricorn, that I do think is going to serve you really well. The next 7 to 10 days for our little Aquarians. And you've got this Pluto energy in your sign being a bit of a jerk to other people. And so you could find yourself frustrated with people. Like you could find yourself not being heard. You could find yourself a bit frustrated. And I feel like don't yell, don't have to be louder. This would be a time to become very focused on your message, focus on the important points of what you want to say, because that Mercury Pluto could really force you to decide how to approach things there, Aquarius, and that your voice matters, your opinion matters. You could be really formulating your belief systems right now. You'd be getting inspired wisdom, insight that really formulate your mind in a different way. So this full moon, it seems to awaken along with this Pluto Mercury square that could challenge you in a way that you will rethink how you communicate with people. Pisces, Sun, Moon, Rising. I've left you to the last, so I got 1 minute, and I'm going to spend it with you saying, Pisces, this is the time where you have some major planetary movement forward. You could feel a bit drained. You could feel like your energy is running a bit thin. That's okay. Take your vitamins, get your sleep, get your rest. This is going to be a time as we get into Gemini season where I feel like your love life, your friend life, your social life is going to get on fire. And it's going to be kind of hot this summer for you guys in terms of sexuality, fertility, getting to know people, getting to meet people, intimacy, divine passions. Oh, it's kind of exciting energy for you with all this energy going into your second house of how you're being valued. So I'm going to say, boy, Pisces, get your summer health on, your summer body, because you're going to be out there mixing about, meeting up a storm with all kinds of people. And so I'm pretty excited for the next 7 to 10 days. This full moon's going to awaken all kinds of different aspects of ourselves. And I look forward to myself. And so join me again next Tuesday for Psychic Tuesday for 30 minutes of astrology. And you can join me Wednesday, May 14th at my art show here in Winnipeg. And you can find me at BerniceBissonPsychic.com. I'll see you again next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Infinite Soul Connections with Shelley Devine. The Hummingbird Media. Live from InfiniteSoulReadings.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Infinite Soul Connect on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Infinite Soul Connections. I'm Shelley Devine. So nice to be here. I have a message that I channeled that I want to give to you real quickly before my caller. And it is perfect for right now because we are saying goodbye to 2024 and we're stepping into 2025 where there's going to be wonderful things. So I want to talk about abundance. So this is a channeled message for everybody. Abundance starts with the universe. Its vastness holds in abundance all that is needed and desired in your reality. Universal consciousness is an abundance of love and is given freely to all. Since all living beings are connected, the abundance that you have is the abundance of all. There is inner abundance, where all that you desire, all the wisdom you seek, is in you already. Outer abundance is all around. There is never a lack of anything. When you open your heart and mind to the unlimited possibilities, you will see that there is never-ending abundance of joy, gratitude, love, wisdom, happiness, giving, anything. It's there. It's all there for you. All you have to do is open your heart to it. And I am ready for my caller. Okay. Allison, are you there?
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. How are you on this New Year's Eve?
I am doing well. Thank you. How
Good.
are you?
I'm doing well too. Is there anything that I can do for you today?
I would just like to know if there are any messages that you feel I need to receive from the other side.
Okay. All right. First thing I'm getting is creativity. And the muse of creativity. So are you a creative person?
I'm a closet creative person, yes.
Okay, you are going to step out of that. The muse is calling to you. You're going to step out of that. And whatever it is that you love to do, whether it's gardening, writing, painting, singing, dancing, whatever it is, the muse is calling you. Okay, so step out and into that space of creativity. You also have, I've pulled a couple of cards for you. We have the joyness and fun card. Of course, that goes right along with what I just said. Stepping into your creativity and embracing it is going to bring you a lot of joy and a lot of fun. Now, I did get a sense of that there's something that you need to let go of. That maybe once you let go of that, you will be able to step into your creativity. Does that sound like something that you're dealing with, or does that resonate for you? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So letting go of whatever that is, whether it's hard or whether it's easy, I'm not going to tell you to just suddenly do it. Just try to work on that. Okay? Try letting go of whatever it is that's holding you back. Because you've got the angels all around you. You've got the angels of the four directions, which is really amazing. That means that you are absolutely on every side surrounded by angels. Do you talk to your angels?
I sometimes when I'm, I usually do, but sometimes I feel like I'm in a more spiritual space than I am right now.
Okay. Okay. Talking to your angels, talking to your guides, whether you feel like they're listening or not, just talk to them. Okay. They are listening and eventually you will start getting the answers. But what I want to say about the angels is that you do need to ask them for whatever you want. They will not intervene in your life unless you invite them to. Okay? Your guides have been with you from birth. Angels need to be invited in if you want them to be involved in your life. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. There's also a milestone that, let me see. I feel like you either just reached a milestone or there's one coming up very, very soon. Does that resonate?
Well, we are in the midst of trying to two things: get our business and like our stuff in a row there, and also we are trying to adopt our grandchild.
Okay. All right.
So two things, yeah.
So the milestone I feel is with your business. And I think, okay. So what they're saying is, you know how we set goals? They want you to set milestones. When I reach this place in my business, I've reached this milestone, and then set the next one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Think of them as milestones and celebrate them. Celebrate them when you reach them. Okay?
Okay.
Let me think about the grandchild for a minute here. The best. Did I just freeze? Oh no. The best placement for the child is with you. I do feel the adoption is going to go through. It might take a little time, and it's going to take a lot of patience. Okay?
Okay.
But I do definitely feel like it's going to happen. It's the right thing. It feels so right, because this child is going to learn and grow so much from what you have to give. And of course, part of that is love. Big part of that is love. But there's also just teaching them the way to be in life, the kind of person to have compassion and gentleness, because I can feel a lot of gentle compassion with you. And there's firmness in it, but it's gentle, if that makes sense. But you are very compassionate, and you are going to teach this child how to be like that. Okay? So whatever the situation is now, just know that when you have this child, it is going to be, I'm sorry, is it a granddaughter or grandson?
Granddaughter.
Granddaughter. Okay, she is going to learn so much from you as a role model. That's important, because I feel like you're a really good role model for this child. Yes, okay. Do you have any other questions?
Let me see. Just with the we have a court case happening, right? It's going to be the 7th, and her mom is trying to take us to court right now. We do not allow any contact because of her mental health and.
Okay. So you have the child already.
Oh yeah, we have her. We've had her since she was born, and she's
perfect.
9, so.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so she's gotten the best from the very beginning. Then, you're not gonna lose this child. The mother is going to she's got a lot of growing and learning to do. And she has to show compassion to herself. And I feel like you need to show compassion as well to her. But it's going to take time for her to be in a state of mind, in a state of being that you feel comfortable letting her see her daughter. I feel that's the way that it's going. I feel that's the way that it should be. I'm sorry, I don't feel that way. They are telling me that's the way that it should be. My opinions don't matter. I'm telling you what they're saying, because sometimes I say it like I'm saying it. Yeah, there's a lot of blessings around this happening, around this adoption. Absolutely. And I want to tell you that there is animal energy around you. And it's going to sound weird because it's a dog, but dogs represent friendship, right? And loyalty. So today, you are being asked to love without condition. Your energy and enthusiasm are an inspiration for others. Choose to be happy, because you are a protector and a friend. And that is what the dog, represents. I'm going to show you this card because it's beautiful. I hope you can see it. Okay, so take those words to heart. And I want to give you all the blessings I can and send you all the love. The angels are sending love, everybody's sending love, and everything's going to go well. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, you are so welcome. Thank you so much, Allison, for letting me read for you today.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You have a beautiful, blessed New Year.
You too. Thank you, everybody. Blessed New Year to all of you.
To make me laugh every time I get introduced. Okay, so this is Ask Bella Maria. I am Bella Maria, your host. You're listening and watching. There's A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV and Enlightening TV. So today I have a very quick show. So I want to do a couple things for you. We're going to go ahead and we are going to pull a card from the angel deck, and we are going to talk about how to feel those around you when they've passed on. So I had to do a repeat on a show last week because last Sunday I lost my dad. And so with that, sorry I couldn't be there yet last week, but I needed some time. And this week, actually just yesterday, there was things that are happening even when my dad had passed. And so I wanted to talk about, because I know there's a lot of people that are going through similar situations. And when you lose someone, you just don't know if that person is showing up, or is it just you being kind of, wanting to hear it or feel it or sense it, or because he came into your dream or because she came into the dream. So I wanted to kind of cover a couple of things about what you're feeling maybe and signs. So for example, story, my daughter was in bed. She was spending the night over at her nonna's house. And so they were getting ready for bed, and she was watching TV, and the TV turned onto Netflix with my dad's profile, and because it switched. It was on my mom's profile and it switched to my dad's profile. And she was feeling heavy feelings, like kind of like a panic and anxiety attack. And at first she just thought that she was just having a panic and anxiety attack. And it wasn't. He was responding. He was, coming to her and letting her know that, he was there. Yesterday was a lot. I've had quite a few things where he used to smoke Talon cigarettes, or cigars, and we kept smelling them in our house, and I was like, nobody around smokes, so we're just like, why do we keep smelling these cigarette smells? And we've been smelling them outside in the backyard, in the front. There's nobody in our area that is smoking. It's very kind of desolate. So we couldn't figure out where it was coming from. And then it was starting to show up inside the house. And so, I just kind of have a feeling that it's him, and I was getting, patted on the leg. Kind of like what he used to do when I was little, kind of like consoling thing, or like, hey baby, type thing, just because I was my dad. So, I think with things like this, sometimes I'm going to have some points, feeling watched. So you get like this feeling of being persistently watched. It can be uncomfortable, but then you kind of just sit and like think, and you kind of let your body just relax and maybe see or feel the energy that you're getting, right? Because not all mediums can do everything for everyone, right? And we're here to be that vessel to be able to share that message, but maybe it might not be at that time, or maybe you're by yourself and you don't want to freak out. So how do you handle it? You always just kind of ground yourself, protect yourself, put those boundaries around you. For me, I use Jesus, God, and Archangel Michael, and I ask him to protect me. And I have my little barrier, right? It's like my bubble of white light. So, those are things that you kind of do to protect yourself, right? Maybe sometimes you'll hear like strange noises that really don't make any sense because there's nothing there, or there's a temperature change, sudden drops of temperature, odd smells. Again, I was saying, we're not smoking. We don't have cigars or cigarettes or anything like that. So where did that come from? It smelled just like my dad. So moving objects, pets acting strange. Now, if your pets are starting to kind of act a little funny and they're just like, getting squeamish, it could be a spirit that they don't even know or they don't recognize. And that's probably what that is. I guess every pet is different, so if they're looking at a corner and there's nothing there, chances are something there. But you kind of just sit and think and listen and, kind of get that sense and that feeling of what is around you and what are you feeling? Are you feeling a woman presence? Are you feeling a man presence? And you just kind of, take it in and you figure it out. Some people also talk about light bulbs and the flickering of light bulbs, things of that sorts, just, you kind of, you'll get a feeling. And then there's times where maybe the energy is just kind of just there because it's a stale energy and hasn't been cleaned or cleansed or anything like that. And so with that being said, if you're in your own home and it's safe and you cleaned it and cleared it and you don't have a lot of clutter or things like that, and you're feeling something, more than likely it's somebody who's coming to visit you. You can get them in dreams. They come into your dreams. They there's so many different ways that your loved ones can come and visit. And so we had another episode, another situation. We were at Old Town Sacramento, okay? And the old part of Sacramento was the old Sacramento before, they started building the city. And it's right on the river, and there is a store that we went in, and it was, you had to go down below underneath and into like underground, like a basement. And I came in and I felt like I was being greeted by this woman, and I didn't say anything, and I just acknowledged her. And in my head, I'm like, hello. And I left it at that. And then I was in the car and I asked my family, I said, did you guys feel anything? Because we're all gifted in our own ways. And so I said, did you feel anything? What did you guys feel? And so when they said, they're like, oh, I kind of felt heavy on my chest. And then my husband said, oh, I felt something, but it was very like subtle. And I was like, well, yeah, because we were looking at art. I think she, was trying to, stay back, but was trying to observe us. And so he felt it too. And my son, he says he always feels his throat kind of choke up whenever he feels the spirit is around. So everybody had a different way of responding to a spirit who was trying to interact. So I just kind of wanted to share that and wanted to, let you guys know, there's so many different ways for us to understand the other side. And, there's times and places, and sometimes we have to consider the energy. If it's cleared and you kind of know that like everything's in order and it's a clean environment, there's not a lot of clutter, there's not a lot of hoarding going on, then you could probably safely say, there's something going on here. But then there's times where people kind of just put their energy in and it kind of just sits there and it's stagnant. And that's also another way that a lot of scientists don't believe that what we're really feeling or sensing is true or accurate, but it's kind of cool. So, I wanted to ask, do we have time to do a call or, so I can pull a card, or should I just pull a card for everybody? What do you think? Because I'm just thinking, okay, we're going to pull a card. So I'm going to pull a card for everybody who is watching and listening. And I am using my Angel Tarot deck cards. I've had these tarot deck cards forever since I started reading cards. So that would have been, I got these ones in 2012, and we had so many different memories with these cards. So I've done a lot with these cards, and I'm very, very connected to them. So I'm going to pull a card, the Wheel card. Excellent. The Wheel card. Now the Wheel card is an Archangel Michael card, and that card is an infinite meanings, right? And so in fact, there's so much that goes in with with this card. Oh, there we go. It is time and positive changes. And the Wheel card is really cool because you can get if you worked towards a goal, right? And you're working towards this goal and you've really made some really good positive changes. The whole thing is that this card is a symbol telling you that whatever you've been doing and whatever you've been working on will bring you the fortune that you need. So fortune is on your side. So things will move a lot faster for you. Things will move more positively, and you'll have more fortune. And it could be money, it could be love, it could be more I think I'm feeling more monetary in this case, especially for this specific Wheel card, and whoever is watching, I feel like that is a really good I feel positive about that. This card here is the Two of Fire. Now this card here, it is, so you have two men that are coming and joining in. They're elves and fairies, I should say, fairies. sorry. They've come into their own. It's partnerships, signing contracts, continuing to move forward, making the best out of everything that you have, build and grow. Keep doing whatever you're doing, because these goals and this positive outlook that you have will come to fruit. So it's really, really good. And please, everybody, with this card here, when it's the Six of Water that comes through, you can't always think about the past. You have to keep moving forward. Remember that your history and your childhood, things that have happened to you in your childhood, things that have happened to you in the past, please just let it go so that you can move forward, so that you can bring money and fortune and all the positive things that you need in your life. Because when you go into looking when you're looking forward, you don't want to go backward. Okay. So I really want to say thank you so much for watching. I really hope that you can visit my website at askbellamaria.com. I have $20 sessions, and you can, contact me through there.
having an awesome day. Happy Tuesday. For those of you who don't know, I am Margaret Phillips, owner of Angels Always Around Us. I am a psychic medium, a Reiki master, a pranic energy healer, a shamanic energy healer, a life coach, and a hypnotherapist. My website is angelsalwaysaroundus.com. My Facebook page is Angels Always Around Us. My Instagram is at Angel Margaret P. So go ahead and follow me. If you're unaware, I do have a Facebook group called Angelic Inspiration and Guidance, where I do videos with daily affirmations, wellness tips, angel tips, all kinds of cool stuff going on in there. So if you're on Facebook, head over and check it out. Put a join request in. A couple of announcements, housekeeping things coming up. I am here every Tuesday on A1R Psychic Radio at 4:30, doing a little radio show, giving you guys some readings, energy healings, whatever you might need at the moment. I have lots of cool stuff going on. This is going to be an amazing year filled with teaching. I'm offering more classes this year than I have in the past couple of years, so I'm excited about that. I'm excited to be teaching more people more frequently this year. So my next class is going to be February 8th. It's online. We're going to have an angels class. So keep an eye out on my social media to get more information about that. I will also be doing some in-person classes this spring and later on this year too. So make sure you follow me so you can find out, what kind of awesome things I'm teaching you. We have on January 29th, we have an event. I and Lena Chiro, who is an animal communicator, will be at A Flick of a Wrist in Broomall, Pennsylvania. Again, Wednesday, January 29th from 6 to 8. They are having a painting for a dog event along with a psychic night. So folks listening at home know, if you ever go to a psychic medium and they tell you, your loved one is not available because they're angry with you, get your money back and run the other way. Our deceased loved ones do not, when they don't come through, it's not because they're upset with us, it's because they're working out their own stuff or they're busy doing something. It has nothing to do with us. While we're having this human experience, we like to tend to think that it's all about us, and it's not. When they're not available, it's all about them. It has nothing to do with us. So let me see if I can get her to come through for you, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So this is a little interesting and a little different thing we got going on here, Kelly. So she's not coming through, but one of your angels, one of your guardian angels is coming through. Can I tell you about her?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So she says her name is Shannon. And she is associated with kind of like a tree brown, kind of like Crayola crayon brown color. Now, the reason why I tell people what colors their angels, their guardian angels are associated with, if you want to feel closer to Shannon, feel closer to your angel, she's telling me she's your more assertive guardian angel. And if you want to feel closer to her, you can wear something that's brown, whether it be a scarf, a piece of jewelry, a top, a pair of pants. It can be a whole outfit, whatever floats your boat. That kind of like tunes your subconscious in a little bit and makes you more ready to receive messages from her. And that's why it's helpful to tune into the colors that our angels, our guardian angels, are associated with. So what Shannon is telling me, she wants to tell you, she's very happy, she's very peaceful. She wants to let you know that all is well with your cousin. She is not currently available because she's sitting with other angels and being shown different things that have transpired in her life. When we pass, our angels, we have a whole bunch of information that gets downloaded to us the moment we pass, guys. And then the angels sit with us and they show us different things in our lives that have happened and how choices we've made have impacted other people, whether that be for good reasons, bad reasons, or just kind of tiny little ripple reasons. But they do sit down, they teach us things, they help us work through things, help us work through issues. And Shannon wants you to know, she's safe, she's good, she's just soaking it all up. And what I feel is very peaceful, very calm. There's no physical or emotional pain on the other side. She is well. One thing I do hear, and this is not from your angels, this is from her because it's a different voice. I hear, "Don't worry about me. I'm good. Take care of yourself."
Okay.
So she wants you to continue moving on. She wants you to continue moving forward, and she wants you to continue healing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you like me to see if I can get your other angel to come through?
Of course.
Or do you
Yeah,
have a
definitely.
specific question that you want to try to ask her? I don't know if she'll answer us or not, but she did, like I said, give me that little tiny tidbit that she doesn't want you to worry about her. Do you have a specific question you'd like me to ask her and see if she can answer it for us?
No, that's okay. But if you can connect to any of my other angels, that'd be great.
All right, let me see if your passive angel will come through. So our passive angel tends to be the one who like puts things in front of us on social media. A lot of times they'll hide our keys from us. Sometimes, our deceased loved ones will hide our keys from us too. Your cousin's so funny. She's like, "Yeah, I did that last week." I didn't drive her too crazy, she says. It's funny. It's like I see her and she's like looking at the angels. She's talking with them, and these little tiny sentences. She's coming, and like it's almost like a kid in school. Like she pops up. I hear this thought or this sentence or phrase or whatever from her, and then she's back in again. So I think she's kind of here. She's just not totally here. So let's see who your passive angel is. Oh, this is so beautiful. So what I see is a very light yellow color. It's very pale. It's maybe just a few shades darker than like what white would be. It's very, very light yellow. And what I'm hearing, she says her name is Danielle, and she is your passive guardian angel. And she says, I haven't had to do the key thing too much, a few times, but nothing major so far. And she says, you are a lot more in tune than you think you are. She says a lot of times she finds you kind of like not sure of where the inspiration is coming from when she puts ideas into your mind. And you kind of go back and forth with, is that a good idea? I wonder where that came from. Is that a good idea? I don't know if I should. She says, just keep doing it. She says, you're doing pretty good. Like you take a couple seconds and you might second guess or you might wonder where it came from, but then you move on and act on it anyway. She said you're actually, she's so cute. She goes, and she's got like really short brown curly hair. It's like the thicker curls. It's not like thin corkscrew curls. It's a little thicker, but that kind of way. And she's got brown hair, again, light yellow she's associated with. And she says, you're doing good listening. She says, just keep listening. You are doing great. She wants you to know that they are here. She says, when you get that moment, when you feel like you're going to break, when you get that moment like you don't know what to do, when you get that moment where you're just overwhelmed with stress or overwhelmed with grief, she says, just say, hey, angels, help take this from me. One of the great things I love about working with the angels is there are ceremonies, there are rituals you can use with them, but you don't have to. You can just say, hey, angels, help me. You don't even have to remember their names. They will swoop in. They will come. They will help us. That is what they are here for. Let me see if there's anything else I want you to know. The other thing I hear is they're asking you to be a little extra cautious for the next 3 weeks driving.
Okay.
She says some of it is you need to kind of monitor your speed a little better.
Okay.
So it's not like you're doing 120 on the highway or anything crazy like that. Just kind of keep it in check a little more than you have been. And she says, especially at night and in the evening for the next 3 weeks, she wants you to be a little bit more diligent, a little bit more careful when you're driving and riding in other people's cars. It feels like there's a lot of deer activity, a lot of animal activity near you that could cause like some evening accidents. So please be careful. Like more so than your usual stuff that you get in this time.
Yeah,
Does that make
gotcha.
sense?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hope that was helpful for you, Kelly. We are almost out of time.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. And guys, you can check out my Facebook page at Angels Always Around Us. My website is also angelsalwaysaroundus.com. Find me at Angel Margaret P on Instagram, and have an awesome week, guys. I will see you next Tuesday.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Good Vibrations with Lady Phyllis. Lady Phyllis. Live from LadyPhyllis.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Good Vibration on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Lady Phyllis, and I'm a medium. And I started mediumship about 3 years ago. I began to study mediumship when my husband passed away about 7 years ago. And the thing that I've learned is that mediumship is really accessible to anybody. What I've learned is you don't need a gift. There are people who are gifted that they learn mediumship from an early age. They start out, they're in contact with the other side. They have this ability. But I think we all have the ability. And then when we're born, our parents come in the room when we're busy talking to spirit or we're doing something. They come in the room and they tell us that's your imagination. And slowly that third eye over here crusts over and we kind of lose contact. But I think everybody can can touch their intuition, can connect with their intuition and develop mediumship and hear those messages. But in case you can't, that's what I'm here for. That's what I've done. I've studied it. I named the show Good Vibrations. A lot of mediums surround themselves with crystals. Why? Why do they surround themselves with crystals? Crystals enhance our vibrations. I mean, it's really interesting, but throughout history, kings and queens have put crystals in their crowns. Even our phones, our TV sets work with crystals. There's even a cave. There's even a cave in Mexico that the crystals are so large that if people go into this cave, they could get microwaved. The crystals cook them from the inside out. You can look it up. It's in Mexico. I think it's called the Crystal Cave. So the point is, if you want to start exploring your abilities, if you want to start testing it out, go into a crystal shop, look around and see what crystal speaks to you. See what crystal you're drawn to. Like I said, I've been drawn to them for years, and I have 4 grandchildren. So one of the things I do is I put all the colors of chakras, the crystals that represent all the different chakras that align, the 7 main ones. I put it in a bowl, and I ask the kids to reach in and pull it out. And then they have to discuss which color they pulled. Like, for instance, if they pulled the blue chakra, and that represents the throat, so they feel that they're not being heard. If they pull the purple chakra, which is the third eye, do they feel that they're blocked or that they need to align that chakra in order to contact someone on the other side or hear things? So there's lots of ways you could start learning how to connect with spirit. A lot of people confuse mediums and psychics. My son is a psychic. He operates on one of the social medias as a psychic. All mediums are psychics, but not all psychics are mediums. So what's the main difference between a psychic and a medium? I know that helps when you want to go to one. You have to know what the difference is. So what's the difference? A medium connects with your loved one on the other side. A medium speaks directly with a spirit on the other side and then provides information, hopefully evidential information that can't be found on social media. For instance, a medium is the person who would say, I'm connecting with your mother on the other side, and you had a fight with her shortly before she passed, and she wants to tell you that she understands your point of view. So mediumship's purpose is not only to give hope to people who don't want to feel that it's over when a person passes, it's also there for closure, comfort, and healing. I like to say we're not a lounge act. We're here for a purpose, and that's a very important purpose. I know that I went to medium after medium after medium after each person passed in my family, my parents, then my husband, because it brought me comfort. So a psychic connects with your higher self, connects with the universe, and will tell you things relating to career, finances, romance. So basically, if you want to know if you should leave a toxic relationship or should you change your profession, you go to a psychic. If you want to know, how your mom is doing and that has she seen that you've had a child, you go to a medium. So we have someone on hold, and what I do to help to facilitate a reading. A lot of people use tarot cards or dowsing rods or whatever. I use this book. I wrote this book. It's called 366 Affirmations and Inspirations to Live By. So I want Paige is waiting, Paige to pick a number 1 to 366. And I'm going to read what's on that page, and let's see if that's a message from someone she wants to get in touch with.
I say 9.
9.
Please.
Okay, 9. Okay, 9 it is. All right. Page, what it says on this page, and I do feel that it's coming from a female on the other side. It does feel like it's maybe a grandma. And she's saying no for you. No is my boundary, and I'm allowed to say it without explanation. So very often when people get this page, it's about the fact that they're doing everything from everybody. The expectation level is always unfair, and people might be taking advantage of you. So this person on the other side is letting you know, set up a boundary. Don't be afraid to say no, and you don't have to explain why. Friends will understand, enemies won't listen. And what they want you to do is to protect yourself. Does that resonate with you?
Yes, actually, it does. Very much so.
Yeah, it's really strange. I wrote the book in one day. I use it at the conclusion of most of my readings. I do read it on social media. I ask people to just put in a page number on social media. And it's really astonishing that it does resonate. Do you have any other questions?
No. Does this grandma have anything else to say to me?
Are you going through a major change in your life now? I feel like there's that you've just it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship, but is there some sort of change going on in your relationship?
Yes.
And is it romantic? In other words, are you separating from someone or reconsidering?
I went through a divorce.
Okay. What I see is there was a lot of turbulence. And I still see that it's a little bit rocky, but in other words, not rocky that it's difficult, but rocky with what do I do now? Do I go this way? Do I take this job? Do I move? Do I this? Do I that? And what she's saying to you is it's all going to, what I see is that it's going to smooth out. What I see is usually smooth waters. So that tells me that you're coming out of something that was, and you stayed longer than you should have. Did you stay longer than you should have? Yeah, because she's saying you gave him so much rope, and he like it took it took him forever it took you forever to really you gave him a lot of chances. Does that resonate?
Yes, very much so. Very, very much so.
Is there also some kind of addiction over it somewhere, like alcohol, or is there some kind of addiction somewhere here?
In this grandma, I believe, is my boyfriend's grandma, and my boyfriend had an addiction, and my ex-husband had an addiction with alcohol as well.
Yeah, and I'm picking up on a J name, like Jim, James, Joe. There's a J name living. Okay.
Yeah, it's her, June.
Okay, all right. And what she's doing is she's taking a dish rag, a dish rag. When you finish mopping up the kitchen, like you're done. You wash the dishes and you wipe around the sink so there's no spots. That's what she's showing me. Like you're done. You're done. Don't look back. Look forward. The reason why, in the car you drive, right? So the rear view mirror is really small, right? But the front window is very large, correct? She says it's opening up in front of you. Close up what was behind you.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, you have two
that
children.
Makes a lot. That I actually have 3 children.
3 children. When they say 2, are 2 still living with you, or 2 one sex? There's a reason why they'll bring up 2 or
There's
2 with 1 person.
There's only 2. There are 2 minors that are left. One my boyfriend
and the other
has,
one,
and I have is my daughter. That's a minor. Everybody, all our we have 7 kids together, and the rest are all adults.
Okay. Yeah, she's talking about the 2 kids, that they may have some issues with this, and just get them the proper therapy. Okay. And so
that
my
makes
guess
sense.
is she's talking about the 2 that are left. So make sure that they're speaking whatever's important to them.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Yeah, that's good to know.
Well, it was nice meeting you, and I wish you good luck.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Before we go, I just want to say Mother's Day is coming up, and my sons bought me a great gift. Mom, I want to hear your story. And the reason why they bought, and you could buy any book like this, very often when I do a reading, most people, especially with the younger crowd, will say things like, I don't know what my grandmother's name, I don't know what they did for a living. I don't know. And it's really hard to validate information. So pick up a book, write it, and if you don't have a book, you could write it in a Google document. That's what I did. I wrote our family history, everyone's names. I put it all down in a family history for my sons and their children and their wives to access, so they wouldn't say, I don't know, when they go to a medium. Well, it was nice meeting you. I hope you enjoyed my good vibrations, and we'll see you again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycahn.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. And I'm super passionate about helping parents to custom design their parenting approach based on their child's natal chart. If you'd like more information about how you can work with me, please visit my website at brandycahn.com. We've got a fun show lined up for today in honor of Aries season, because we are currently in Aries season and Taurus season is coming up in a few days. I'm going to be talking here at the beginning to parents of children who have their sun or moon in the sign of Taurus or Aries. Also, I will be giving you a list of the transits for this week, and beware, there is a difficult transit this week that you need to know about, so stay tuned for that. And there will also be a transit that I will speak about today where we are seeing some glimpses of things that are happening on the world stage that I will be talking about as well. So join me for that. I'm so happy to have you here. Let's jump in. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to talk to parents of children who have their sun or moon in the sign of Aries or Taurus, okay? So in astrology, there's a misconception that the sun defines you and everything you do, every single aspect about you. And that's not correct. The moon is equally important. And when we're talking about astrology and the moon represents our feelings, our emotions, our sensitivity, what makes us feel safe, and what makes us feel nurtured. Now, the moon is important, especially for children, because we really want to give our children a sense of safety and security. Overall, what we really want is to give them secure attachment. Okay, so secure attachment is characterized by feelings of trust, feelings of safety, comfort in relationships, being comfortable relating to other people in a healthy way, not a toxic way. There's also a willingness to rely on others. You don't feel like you have to do everything on your own and that you're in this world all alone, okay? That would not be characteristic of secure attachment. And there's also a belief that comes with secure attachment that one is loved and one is valued and one has a deep sense of worth. And this is what we all want to give our children. It's so important. It will set them up to have healthy and secure relationships in the future. And this is all going to start with understanding your child's natal chart. When you understand their natal chart, you will know what makes your child feel safe and what makes them feel secure. And I always tell my clients who come to me who are parents, I tell them, okay, yeah, we're going to go through your child's natal chart, but here's the interesting fact. your child is not living out their natal chart. So from the time that they are born until around 15 or 16 years old, what's actually happening is the chart is being played out around the child by the parents. And if your child has a tricky placement or something that might be a little bit difficult, you would want to know about that. So, and I'll use myself as an example for you guys. I am the mother of 4, 3 boys and a girl. And one of my sons has his moon in the sign of Scorpio. And his moon has very difficult aspects. So moon in Scorpio with difficult aspects could show up or manifest as mother who's a little bit controlling, manipulative, mother who is difficult. And when I realized that about his chart, I was like, okay, so me in particular as mom, I want to make sure I am playing this out in a functional and healthy way for him, not an unbalanced and dysfunctional way. So I'm very aware of how I speak to him, how I engage with him, how I interact with him. And I try my best to bring forward the most beautiful aspects of the sign of Scorpio as his mother. So if you'd like more information, if you'd like to know more about your child's chart, and if they have anything in their chart that you need to be aware of, please go to my website and book a natal chart session for your child, and I'll go through their chart with you. So for parents who have children who have an Aries sun or moon, this is for you. The ruler of Aries is Mars, the warrior planet. So Aries energy can be very bold, courageous, forward moving. But the shadow side of Aries, the shadow side of that energy can be really impulsive, aggressive, a little bit impatient. Okay, so we've got 2 polar opposites of how this energy can show up. Aries is a cardinal sign. That means that leadership and taking action are going to be very important for your child. Aries children can be very direct, they can be outspoken, and they can be very, very blunt. So we have to teach them to be considerate of the feelings of the people around them. Remember that Aries has a psychological need to initiate action, taking action, initiating action, starting something. That is paramount for Aries. And people with strong Aries energy, especially children, they are not comfortable sitting on the sidelines and watching other people take action. They want to be out there doing something as well. So knowing this, you should give your Aries child opportunity for new challenges. And those challenges could come through sports or athletics, through dance, or through hiking. Aries is a fire sign, which gives a great amount of energy and passion. So you want to make sure that your child is using that energy in a constructive way, not a dysfunctional way. Otherwise, what could happen, they've got all of this energy, all of this passion, nowhere to put it. And then we've got someone with an explosive temperament, or someone prone to aggression, someone prone to conflict and acting out. So in order to circumvent that, what you want to make sure that there is physical activity for your Aries child. And the more activity, the better. The more they're going to burn off all of that steam from the fire that they just naturally have. Now, Aries children can mature into adults who are driven, who are independent, confident, and protective. And those are the qualities that you want to encourage within your child. Now, for children with their sun or moon in the sign of Taurus, Parents, this is for you. Taurus is an earth sign, so you will notice that there is a grounded and stable quality to the energy of Taurus. Now, there's a common misconception that Taurus people are stubborn and lazy, and I'm not a fan of that at all because it misses something very, very important about Taurus. And with Taurus, we're talking about a psychological need for consistency, stability, and safety. And for that reason, people with strong Taurus placements really try hard to avoid change. Change is not their favorite thing on the menu. They like for things to be predictable. And you might notice that with your child. But please try to avoid labeling them as stubborn. And instead, think of it as my child is simply trying to maintain their sense of safety. So maybe they don't want to change right now. Maybe they don't want anything different, because the tried and true method is what they feel is safe for them. So let's honor that. And when it comes to Taurus, the 5 senses are very important. Taurus children are very sensitive to the energy around them. So they are aware of how things feel against their skin, how things sound, how food tastes. So please remember that. And especially as a parent, if you are initiating any type of physical contact or physical touch with your Taurus child, please make sure that you are touching them from a place where you are calm, centered, and in control of yourself, and from a place of love. Taurus children do not do well with being hit, grabbed, anything like that. But you know, when the parent is angry, they internalize that at a very deep psychological level. Why? Because Taurus is a sensual sign. The senses are important. The senses are emphasized, and then what they feel is going to be even more magnified. So please remember that. The sign of Taurus also rules the throat, so your child could be a great communicator, or, you know, they might have a beautiful voice and they can be a really good singer. But this rulership, Taurus's rulership of the throat, also does predispose your child to having sore throats quite frequently. So keep that in mind, and you would want to make sure that you take steps to prevent that from happening if possible. Now, these children, Taurus children, can mature into adults that are reliable, dependable, patient, and loyal. And those are the qualities that you really want to encourage within your child. All right, now moving to the transits for this week, April 14th through April 20th. Tomorrow, Wednesday, April 16th, Mercury is moving into Aries. Wonderful news. So the planet of communication is finally leaving the sensitive spiritual waters of Pisces and moving into the fire sign of Aries. Now, as we just discussed, the highest level of expression of Aries energy is bold, courageous, active, forward-moving, very decisive. And the lowest level of expression can be really aggressive, impulsive, and focused too much on the self. With Aries, there's a psychological need to take action and to initiate, to make something happen. And in this case, where we're talking about Mercury and communication, it's really about saying something. I have a need to initiate by my speech, by what I say. So the energy of Mercury in the sign of Aries is all about saying what you mean and meaning what you say. You might find that you or those around you are much more direct over the next few weeks with your communication. You might speak first and then think later. So watch out for that. Okay, that's one drawback from Aries, can be a little bit impulsive act first or speak first and then think later. But on the good side, on the flip side, Aries energy, Mercury in Aries is really good for making quick decisions and being decisive. But please beware, once again, you don't want to use the energy of Mercury in Aries to start heated arguments, to yell at people, or to say things that you will later regret. On Thursday, April 17th, Mercury will conjunct Neptune at 0 degrees of Aries. Now, here we have the planet that rules communication, Mercury, joining forces with the planet of transcendence, Neptune. This will be an interesting combination because this is the first time that Mercury will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Aries in our lifetime. The last time that Neptune was in the sign of Aries was from 1862 through 1875. Neptune glamorizes aspects of the sign that it's in. So we could be entering a time when we are fighting for our ideals and passionately pursuing social change in our society. Or we could be taking more initiative when it comes to our spiritual paths and practices, our spiritual approach. But it could also signal the glamorization of the shadow side of Aries, which is anger, aggression, impulsivity, and war. So watch which current events are revealed on this day, Thursday, April 17th. What ideas are being communicated nationally or globally? And I know that right now in the United States, the airwaves are full of news about Abrego Garcia and the administrative error that the Trump White House made in sending him to El Salvador. And yesterday there was a meeting in the Oval Office where the president of El Salvador said that he would not be returning Garcia to the United States, even though the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court here, unanimously ruled that he must be returned. His return must be, the word used was facilitated by the White House. Right now, also big in the news, we've got Harvard University. It was one of the first things on the news this morning that I saw, rejecting President Trump's list of demands, okay? So President Trump wanted Harvard to cut all DEI programs, to reduce the power held by students and faculty, and to give him hiring and admissions data. And also President Trump wanted the right to get rid of professors who are more committed to activism rather than scholarship. So Harvard hit back and said, no, that's infringing on our First Amendment right to freedom of speech. And this is going to be in the news this week. So part of me is wondering, is this where Neptune and Aries, is this where we're heading? Are we going to be fighting for freedom of speech? Are we going to be fighting for our rights? Are we going to be fighting for our rights or focused on our rights as citizens? This week will tell us. All we've got to do is watch what's going on around Thursday and Friday. What's on the airwaves? What's being discussed on the news? All right, our next transit that we have, we're actually for Mercury and Neptune on a personal level, because I was talking about on a global level. On a personal level, you might feel pulled forward into your own sense of individuality and spirituality. And you might also find that it's easier for you to think and communicate and make decisions if you really engage the right side of your brain through creativity, music, art, or meditation. So you want to incorporate the energy of Neptune with the energy of Mercury. And if you have young ones, if you're the parent of a young child who has, they're feeling big feelings and they're not able to articulate or express what they're feeling, give them a box of crayons and a piece of paper and tell them to draw a picture of what they feel, what they think their feelings look like, and tell them they can use any shape, color. They can make their feelings as big as they want to or as little, as small as they need to. And this is how you can get them to open up and talk about what's going on when they are not at the developmental stage where they have the vocabulary to express it. And then on Friday, April 18th, Mars will move back into the fire sign of Leo and leave the waters of Cancer. Mars is the planet of action, energy, drive, and passion. And in the sign of Leo, Mars can really give us a boost of confidence and enthusiasm. You may feel like you're ready to take action in a bold and courageous way and to really assert yourself. So their energies will not be working together in a very harmonious way or in a very easy way. And this is where we could be more prone to seeing the shadow side of Mars. Anger, aggression, conflict, escalating tension. So during this time, you might find that your ego, the ego part of you, really wants you to take a stand for something and to completely throw diplomacy out of the window. And when it comes to negotiations, you might find that you don't really want to give an inch. You don't want to hear what the other person is saying during this time, okay? You might feel locked into your position and they might feel locked in to their position. Now, what concerns me about this and the timing of it is on April 19th, Saturday, April 19th, this week in the US, there will be more protests, more hands-off protests, which we saw about a week ago. And so we're going to have that again on Saturday. And then this aspect will be making its appearance on Sunday, the 20th, but I guarantee you people will be feeling this on the 19th. Okay, so heads up. I want everyone to remember not to be overly aggressive, not to step needlessly into conflict, not to respond to emotional volatility. We don't have to be combative. We could use this transit in a functional way to really be confident, to get things done, to be energized. And remember, if you take the position of it's my way or the highway, you're probably not going to get very far this weekend. And that's because the other person that you're speaking with is probably feeling the exact same way with this energy. So that wraps up our transits for this week. And just like I like to remind you guys at the end of every show, the stars may guide us. The stars may guide us, but we hold the power to shape our destiny. We hold the power to use this energy in a beautiful and constructive way. So I want you all to set your intentions for what you want from this week, how you want to use this energy. And I will see you back here again next week. Have a great week.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. Well, welcome to the wonderful world of Zoom. It's our official second week using this facility, and it's still a little bit of a learning curve, particularly for me, who's not particularly techo savvy, but look, we're all getting there. So this week it's been a really interesting week around the world. We're going to, elected, I suppose is the right word, a new pope for those that are Catholic, and that's a very big deal. They're in the process now of electing who's going to lead the Catholic Church, and that is a big deal, even if you're not Catholic. So, and there's been many other weather events, and there's also been elections, and here in Australia we had a big election over the weekend. We're all breathing a sigh of relief now that the television can go back to normal and we can just have some normal advertising like selling tea bags or coffee for a change instead of politicians. So this week the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Devil. Now, look, the Devil is one of those ambiguous sort of cards where people sort of don't quite understand it. Yes, I mean, I suppose if you're religious and the Devil is sort of something that you're a little bit scared of, but in tarot world, it's jealousy or trouble, able to break the chains that were holding you back or binding you. So it's really interesting because sometimes we do have jealousy or trouble in our lives, and sometimes it's avoidable. It's just one of those life events that seems to follow us around. And then for other people, it can be jealousy. It can be are you a little bit green-eyed of somebody else, or is somebody else a little bit green-eyed of you? And sometimes trouble does follow us. But it's also showing us that the chains are very loosely placed around the man and the woman's neck here, that they are able to break the chains that are binding them or holding them back with a little bit of effort. So it's sort of like maybe you're restricting or limiting yourself. Maybe you're the one that's holding yourself back. Maybe you need to be able to remove those chains that are holding you back. What is it that's holding you back? And sometimes it's fear. Sometimes it's fear of the unknown. Sometimes it's just, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to take that giant leap yet. Whatever it might be, explore it, understand it, work with it, and then look for a solution. Look for an expiry date that, I'm going to be out of this situation by a certain date, and work towards that. Turn this card into a positive. I don't believe anything is negative. I think that we're sent challenges and little restrictions and hurdles along the way, and it's character building, and it helps us find new and different solutions to what we would have found to a problem previously. So when the Devil card comes out in a reading, don't panic. Don't say, oh my goodness, my life's going backwards. No, look at it as there might be a couple of little speed bumps along the way, a few little adjustments there that we need to make, and we need to be ready to move on. And that's what I think the card really basically means. So this week again, we've got a big week astrologically. We seem to be saying that a lot lately, but we are. We have a lot of astrological stuff that's happening at the moment. The sun is in Taurus, so happy birthday to all the Tauruses. And I know for them, it's a bittersweet time of the year. Yes, they like the attention, but they don't necessarily like to think that somebody might have spent too much money, and particularly theirs, if it's your husband or your wife, they don't really want you to spend money on that birthday party. even though they like it and they enjoy it, but it's sort of like, oh, you know, you've spent money. They don't really like spending money unless it's someone else's, not their own. So happy birthday to all the Tauruses. It's going to be a big year for you guys. You know, you've still got Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is still making its way through your sign, still bringing about change. So make sure that you don't become too stubborn and too pig-headed and too locked into your own ideas of where you think your life's going, because Uranus will come along and say, well, no, that's not quite the plan. Bang, here we go. We're going to go in a different direction. So you need to be a little bit more flexible, Taurus. And I know that's hard, but if you can be open to new ideas and new suggestions, things don't necessarily need to be disruptive for you. So we're going to move on to the rest of what's sort of happening. So, and when I talk about things, I'm talking about them in a way that it will affect each and every sign, but I will describe the 4 signs that will affect the most, and then it washes over everybody else. So at the moment, we've got the North Node, which is not a planet, which is one of the nodes of the moon that is sitting in Pisces. Now, the North Node is showing all water signs, which is Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, and the opposite sign of Virgo. And again, washing over to the remaining 8 signs. It's showing us the way forward. Now, it's conjunct or holding hands Saturn, the planet of discipline. Now, Saturn is also the planet of structure. It gives us our stickability. It gives us determination. It just sort of stabilizes everything. So with these 2 holding hands here, I feel that we're being shown the way forward, but we're being shown the way forward in a very structured, organised, definite sort of manner. It's not necessarily the time to get the speedboat out and, race to the finish line. It's about, consistency. It's about diligence. It's about looking out for what you need to be doing, or what are you aspiring to achieve? Where are you hoping to go with things or situations in your life at the moment? Does it need a bit of structure? Does it need a little bit more thought? Does it need a little bit more planning? Well, Saturn will give you that benefit of that here. But also we've got to remember it's sitting in Pisces, so it's also asking for a little bit of a creative flair, or asking you to sort of think outside the square, look at it from many different angles, and then when you feel comfortable, proceed. It's, it might sound simple, but not everything is simple in life, but it certainly can be made easier with a little bit of forethought and some planning, and sort of really looking at everything before you make that final decision and make that push forward. Now we're going to move on to the Aries section of the chart, which is quite dominant this week. So when I'm talking about Aries, we're talking about Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. And we're also talking about it washing over the remaining 8 signs. Now, Neptune has just moved into Aries, and he's holding hands or conjunct Venus. Venus is conjunct Mercury, and Mercury is conjunct or holding hands with Chiron. So this is 4 planets that are all sort of standing in a row, all holding hands, or all known in astrological terms as conjunct. So for a conjunction, they need to be fairly tight. It needs to be within 7 degrees, from 0 to 7 degrees. Anything above that, we might allow a tiny bit up to about 10, but it's really sort of very, very watered down. This is a very tight conjunction of planets. It's not a stellium, because a stellium means 3. So it's a plethora of planets that, 3 planets and one Arabian part, one karmic part, that are all holding hands together. So Neptune is the planet of creativity, of illusion and delusion. So Neptune here is asking us to think outside the square. Let's look for some very creative, very different answers. It's also asking us to be a little bit me first, of sort of putting it into the context of I. What do I need? What do I need? And then then we can start to look at what you might need, or being more inclusive. So Neptune here is starting off the train of planets, and it's asking us to sort of put our creative hat on, think outside the square. There may be a little bit of creativity there. Make sure we don't delude ourselves. Make sure that we are really very clear in the way that we're looking at things. That, Neptune can sometimes take us into a fog, and it's not until we come out the other side or nearing the end of the fog do we start to see the pathway. Now, I'm going to stick my neck out here and say I think Neptune at the moment is very clear. Everything is sort of very much almost like black or white. It's very transparent. Everything is sort of where it should be. So you need to be very clear if you're making decisions, no matter what they are, whether they're connected with work, family, love, buying a new car, whatever it may be. Make sure that your intentions, and you know everything about it before you sign on the dotted line or you agree to something. Make sure that everything is very clear in your world, that you're comfortable to proceed forward. So for those of you that are looking for love, sort of Neptune is conjunct Venus, the planet of love and affection at the moment, which also rules relationships as well. So if you're a person that's seeking love, then maybe you need to be very clear on what it is that you want in a relationship and what you don't want. For those that aren't seeking love, it can be a sort of a little bit of an adjustment period, or sort of really getting closer with your partner now, that you really sit down and start talking about some long range plans, some things that have maybe not necessarily been bothering you, but things that have been percolating away in the background that have finally now come to a point that you can present your idea or your thoughts to that person, and we can sit down and have some open, honest communication, because we've also got Venus conjunct Mercury. So Mercury is the planet of communication. Great time to talk about things. Great time, to talk about things, particularly with a loved one or with somebody that you have a really good rapport with. So it's, the communication's very clear. Again, we're taking it back to me, myself, and I, because this is where the energy is at the moment. So make sure if you're having these conversations and you're talking in the I, that you don't forget to just swap it over and include it to be we. We might like to do this, or we might like to do that, or what are your thoughts? Take it back to them so that they can have the I moment. It's really, really important. Now, the final part of this conjunction is Chiron. Now, Chiron is where we look in the chart for what's known as the wounded healer. It's where we've got to heal from past lives, things that we've brought into this lifetime that not necessarily are they karmic lessons, but they're things that we have to heal from. Now, there may be many times in your life that you get into a situation and you think, gee, that feels familiar. I'm sure I've done this lesson before. And you look back through your life and think, no, I haven't actually. Well, that's when you're having a little deja vu moment, when you're having that little past life memory that's sort of filtering back into this current life, and you think, aha, that's what that's about. And sometimes the lessons or the things that we need to heal from are really, really intense and seem very deep rooted and can take a long time. Doesn't necessarily mean because you've acknowledged it or it's there that we're actually healing it completely. We might just be scratching the surface. So if you're a fire sign, make sure that your healing that's going on at the moment is really intense. You're really believing in it. You're really working towards it. And you're really letting go of a lot of old anger and fear and things that aren't necessarily positive in your life, that, you're working through them and you're acknowledging them and then setting them free. And, you might work out your own little ritual that you put them all in a balloon and then you cut the cord and sort of say they're gone, or pop them with a pin, whatever works for you. It's no one size fits all. So the final area of astrology I want to talk about today is Jupiter in Gemini. Now, Jupiter's been in Gemini for a while, and yes, it is affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, but the opposite sign of Sagittarius, but it is washing over to all of us. So it's like you really need to be aware of what's going on in your life. What is it that you want to bring about in your life? What are the new opportunities that you're trying to bring about? Bring about them with new thoughts, new ways of looking at things, because Gemini is about communication. Yes, quite often the Gemini energy is about local information, but it can also be about light bulb moments, bing, 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 they're gone. So make sure that you write them down or catch them on your phone or something like that, so you can go back and revisit these wonderful light bulb moments a little bit later on, because that's really important. So we're going to wrap up with Mars. Mars is still sitting in Leo, so again affecting the fire signs, Leo, Sagittarius, Aries, opposite sign of Aquarius. So it's really important that there's a lot of activity going on there at the moment. You can, whether a person's a Leo or not, you can see there's a lot of activity going on around the world where people are vying for attention and wanting to be in the news cycle and all this sort of thing. So there's a lot of stuff happening. But for us mere mortals, it's just a time that we can really shine. So it doesn't matter what your star sign is. Get out of bed, get motivated, strut your stuff, show the world what you're made of, because you have really something important to share with everybody. So we're going to take our first caller today, and it's Maria, in Toronto and Ontario in Canada. Are you there, Marie? Hello, Marie.
Hello, how are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie.
Hello.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
No particular question.
Okay, so there must have been a reason why you contacted the show. Is there something I can answer for you, or?
Well, let's see. My near future lookout. I had to retire. No, I didn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
I was physically ill. I want to know if that's going to get any better.
Okay. All right, Marie. Now, first things first. Yes, sweetie?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, first things first, we're not allowed to discuss health issues because we're not doctors, but I can look at it on an energetic level. And look, I'm really sorry that your hand was forced and you had to retire, and it wasn't, what you'd planned to do. It was sort of forced upon you. What they're showing me was that this was building up for quite some time, whether or not you wanted to acknowledge that there was changes in your energy levels, and you kept pushing yourself, is what they're showing me, until it got to a point of no return. So, sometimes I think we're our own worst enemy. We think, oh yeah, I've just had I'm just a bit tired today, or we think, oh, I'm getting old, that's why I'm tired, or I'm achy, or whatever. We don't necessarily give it the attention that we should give it and say, stop and look and listen and say, hang on a minute, why has this changed? What have I done differently in my life? Is it a warning signal that something's not right, that I should go and see a doctor? But, we're human and we sort of push on and all those sort of things. And sometimes changes are instigated in a way that, because it's the next step, it's something that maybe we wouldn't have done willingly, and we're forced into making a change. And I know it's very difficult when you've all of a sudden had to make a change like this, where you weren't ready to retire, you hadn't planned everything around that all of a sudden that this came as a shock. What they're showing me is, on an energetic level, things are starting to slowly improve. And I'm going to say to you, I don't know that your retirement is necessarily going to be the way it's been, because I'm seeing by the second half of this year, your energy levels are bouncing back. You're starting to feel better. You're not necessarily looking to go back to work in a paid job, but I did feel that the wheels of change are happening, and you're going to start looking at sort of what you can do from home, something that really makes your heart sing, but also at the same time can make you a little bit of money. Because I feel there's going to be something that's going to start off as like a little bit of a hobby, and it ends up becoming quite a lucrative little sideline business that, you'll look back in 12 months' time and say, gee, I never saw that coming. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Yeah, now I feel that my days are full and I feel like I'm satisfied and I've got a little bit of extra money coming in and life's pretty good. So I think things will change and things will improve, Marie. And, you're feeling a lot better in yourself than what you have done in a long time. So it's interesting, though, because I felt that I don't know that you would have ever been really ready to say, okay, I'm going to officially retire. I think it had to be forced on you. So I hope that's helped you, Marie.
Sorry?
I said, I hope that's helped you, Marie.
That helps me a lot. Thank you very kindly.
You're very, very welcome. So just be open to what's going to come in, Marie. Like it might come in a dream, it might be a thought, you might be watching telly, you might be having a conversation with someone else, and then that idea will percolate, and it might just be something that you're going to start off doing for yourself, and you show it to a friend and they say, oh, I'd like one of them. Or, I know Mary would like one of them, and it's sort of, it snowballs from there. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. It will happen organically. Enjoy this little bit of time and give yourself a little bit of rest. It's, it's okay to sit down and watch a movie or read a book or go for a stroll in the park. Your life's your own now, and that's what you need to be looking at it. So that's where we're going to leave Marie. We're going to talk with, now this is, I'm going to get really wrong, is our, look, I'm not even going to try and pronounce your name because I know I'm going to get it wrong. You're from California and my name's Amanda. How can I help you?
You can call me Mary. That's my middle name. It's better for you.
Mary. Okay, we'll use that. How are you, dear? How can I help you today?
That's fine.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
No, just like relationship-wise.
Okay, if we're going to discuss relationship, is there somebody special in your life? If so, I'd just like their first initial, please.
Yeah, there is somebody, but we're on and off. Right now, we're just friends now, and then it's like, giving me mixed feelings and emotions, and I don't know. Are we worth it or not?
Okay, so what's their first initial, sweetie? So I can go into their soul, and I don't need their first name because we don't need to broadcast it to the world, but their first initial will help me.
An R. An R.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Look, I don't think you're wrong in the way that you've assessed this situation. It's sort of like the first thing that they're giving me is there's a lot of change going on around them. I don't even know that they're really willing to change. It's sort of like something that they pull out of thin air and say, oh, I'm going through changes, I'm doing this and I'm doing that and I'm very busy. And it's sort of almost like an avoidance situation to really deal with the issues at hand. Look, I'm not saying that this person doesn't care for you. I think they do. And I think they, somewhere deep down in their heart and their soul, they really wanted this to work out. But I don't think they really know how to make that happen. It's sort of like they've never really processed or let go of any old hurts from the past. And this sort of all comes sweeping back in. And what if I'm making a mistake? And then, the emotions go all over the shop. And then it's sort of like, we don't connect as well as what we did. And then you're trying to sort of play catch up and trying to make things right again. And the other person sort of feels then that they're being smothered, and it's just sort of a vicious cycle. Now, I'm not saying that it's all completely their problem and, you're completely blameless in this situation. I think it's a bit of a two-way street here. You've both been hurt in the past. You've both got different emotions swirling around, and at different times one takes the lead and the other one takes the back seat. Look, I'm not sure that this is the right relationship for either one of you, because it seems to be you're never really in sync. You're never really on the same page. And when something's like that, then it's indicating to me that it's not right. And what they're showing me on a soul level for you is the fact that once you sort of accept this and sort of look at it and say, okay, I gave it my best shot over and over and over and over again, there's nothing more I can give. I have to shut the door on it for my own peace of mind, my own sanity. Then you open yourself up to new love, that there will be a new relationship that will come in, and it will be really strong and dynamic, and it'll be right. It'll be everything that you need it to be. Look, you're not asking for anything that's impossible. All that you're asking for is somebody that you can have a great conversation with, fall in love with and build a life with, and that you've both got similar outlooks on life and heading in the same direction and stay true to each other. That's not too much to ask. And this next person that's coming into your life will give you all of that and more. And, there's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of happiness. And it's like, wow, I didn't know I could be this happy. I didn't know life could be this good. And it's sort of like it's a real change, because most of your life has been a struggle in one form or another. As you've got over one drama, there's another one to take its place. Well, it's now time we flip that on its head and we start to bring in some joy and some peace and some happiness and some laughter, and life to become a little bit predictable, not necessarily boring, but predictable, that we can sort of see what's ahead of us, we can make plans, and this is a good thing. So it's not a bad thing at all. I feel very, very comfortable with where your life's going to be heading in the next little while, because they were showing me that if we can sort of work through this process with this situation, this relationship at the moment with the person with the letter R, once we've dealt with that and we've put that in the past and, give you a little bit of time to heal, not much, then in comes this new exciting, right sort of relationship. And they were showing me on your timeline around about August. The other thing that they were showing me was question marks around where you're living. So have you been thinking about moving, or are you just thinking about changing some furniture around?
Oh, yeah. I've been wanting to move for like 14 years already. I've been trying to want to move so bad. Yeah, I've been wanting to move. No.
Yeah, well, there's big things happening this year. So, new relationship, changes of where you're living, and it's sort of like I want to throw my arms wide open and say, look, I'm ready to receive, that you're ready to receive, you're ready to go forward, you're ready to sort of take life on in a different sort of way. And it's a good thing, because it's time now for you to start receiving. You've done a lot of giving, you've done a lot of helping of other people. It's now time to swing that pendulum back round the other way and have you be the one to be on the receiving end for a change. But, it's sort of, your dreams are going to get stronger. You're certainly getting a lot stronger in yourself, and you're sort of looking at people now and sort of saying, well, hang on a minute. I'm not necessarily going to break that friendship, but I'm going to pull away from that, because it's me doing all the giving and you doing all the taking. Unless it can sort of swing back around and be more equal, I'm not going to put that much energy in anymore. Is that what you've been finding's been happening?
Yes, it's been happening all the time like that. I'm talking about that. That's what he does. I noticed that that's what he does. Just take until he can't take, until I have no more to take, and then he'll disappear for a little bit, and then come back and do the same thing over again.
Yeah, but that's not healthy. That's not healthy. You can't be the one doing all the giving and someone else does all the taking, because then the scales are out of balance. there's got to be a balance. There's got to be give and take. And, sometimes when somebody does all the taking, it's because they're trying to fill themselves up, that they feel so insecure in themselves that they don't know anything different. Do you know what I mean? Like they've got to keep taking because they're trying to fill up. It's like trying to fill up a glass with water and it's got a hole in the bottom and it keeps leaking out. And, you're the one with the tap that keeps trying to fill it, and you can't keep doing that, because then life is out of balance and things aren't right, and that prevents you from gaining what should be coming into your life, because you're so focused on that it narrows everything down, if that makes any sense. And it's
does
hard.
a lot of sense.
Yeah, but it's hard though, because you still care for this person, and you don't want to sort of feel like you're cutting them off when they might need you the most, but you've got to start putting yourself back into, what do I need? What are my needs? And once you can feel that, then you can start looking at how I can share that. You've given way too much away of yourself, not just in this situation, but many situations in your life, and we've got to swing that back around now. But look, I think, the second half of this year, and we're not far off the second half of this year, is going to be a really interesting sort of time for you, because things are going to start to develop much, much stronger than what they have. And you just got to be really careful what you wish for. Anything that you voice out aloud, make sure it's exactly what you want. Because if, you might just get things that you've said it once and you didn't really mean it. And we don't want the universe to pick up on that and say, oh, that's what she wants, we'll grant her that wish. You've got to be very, very careful. So if you want new love, then send that out to the universe. If you want a new place to live with, where things are a lot more calm and better scenery, or whatever the case may be, put that out there, or write it on a piece of paper. Like it's your intent of what you want to achieve. And you've got really strong powers within yourself. You're a very switched on person, and you have a lot of natural intuition. I want to see that starting to work for you now, instead of you just being like this tap that keeps trying to fill up this glass that's got a hole in the bottom and it just leaks out the bottom all the time. I want you to start filling you and filling your life with the things that you desire and you would like in your life, and they're coming, and you really do deserve them. So I apologize again that I didn't even attempt to pronounce your first name. It looks like a beautiful name on my screen, and I didn't want to make
Thank you very much.
full of myself.
No,
but
you're fine.
you've got a lovely energy, and I know that you're going to do really, really well within your life. And particularly if you start giving to yourself, that's the first step. And it might be a little bit difficult. Sometimes we got to practice buying ourselves a very, very small gift and giving it to ourselves and saying, this is for you because you deserve it. You're such a nice person. Oh, thank you very much. I've always wanted that color of nail polish. And it's not a big thing, but it's learning to give to yourself. And by voicing it out aloud, it might sound a bit silly as you're doing that, but you're starting to reaffirm that you deserve to receive, and that's really important. So have a great rest of your night, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sweetie. It's always nice to talk to people from different parts of the world, because we have, different ways of looking at things, and we all have different ways of pronouncing a word. This week in Australia, it's going to be Mother's Day. So I want to sort of wish all the mums in Australia particularly happy Mother's Day. And for those of you around the rest of the world and you celebrate on a different day, we're going to have another Mother's Day for you. You can celebrate with us here in Australia, because it is a very, very special time, and we should honour those women that gave birth to us. And, even if you're not a mum, you still deserve to be celebrated. You're a woman, you've got loving energy, you've got motherly energy that you share, even though you may not have been blessed with children. It is still a very special day, and I think we should not just call it Mother's Day, but, Women's Day as well, where we celebrate the women that are really important and mean a lot to us in our world, that it's a really important time. So this week I want to leave you with a song that is by Whitney Houston, and it's called The Greatest Love of All. So if you really enjoy that song, put it on your turntable, put it on your device, and listen to Whitney Houston and the Greatest Love of All. Until next week, bye for now.
I hope everyone's doing well on this Thursday evening in the north and this Friday midday in the south. Beautiful day, summer's here. We've had lots of rain, which has been nice last night. So I'm going to begin by doing a collective card, as usual, for all those who are listening and watching. And then I'll be taking a caller if we get one through, which would be great. And we'll go from there. I'll sort of fly by the seat of my pants with these things. I don't really plan it. We just sort of see what comes out. All right, here we go. Here's the collective message today. I'm using the Crow Tarot today, one of my favourite decks. This one.